the opener, keen to get off the mark straight away, Balwinder Singh. And you know why? Because, well, he's had back-to-back ducks are golden, and the first ball up seemed to be scoring well against the other teams in the group. It's just Tunbridge Wells that he struggled with, but this is an opportunity for him to hopefully put loads of runs on the board, see his team through into the final, maybe, and perform against the team from England, the English champions. But at the moment, it's the champions of Austria batting against the champions of France, Drew in the field. Yassin once more. And bowling to the captain, Chand Yusuf. It's always helped there at the top end of the order, batting left-handed. He hasn't gone on to score a big one. Is it the captain's turn to shine? He waits at the non-striker's end as Balwinder Singh faces. Hits this well, but that will go to the specialist fielder, Alexandre Harkou. French good player, has made his mark in this tournament with his fielding, sensational fielder. They just put him on that spot and he does the magic from there. Well bowled, right up there in the block hole. Plenty of noise from Drew. I think on balance, coming into this all-important match, you would probably say that Drew will be the team that will be more in the rhythm, more in the groove, that win against Van Hom to get themselves here, whereas the Tigers had the defeat. But both teams, this one will be called a dead ball, both teams though will be starting to feel some of the strains and the pressures of these back-to-back matches. It's been a long week, but they know that after this, and they have to put a mammoth performance in here, but they need to save something for the big final as well. It's hard work. Yassin once more, and goes for this, Yusuf, and just out of the reach of the specialist fielder there, Harkouk. But this one goes all the way, and it's the first maximum of the innings. Boom! Shaka Lagya! Now just over the fielder. It doesn't matter, as long as it goes over. Couldn't really do anything about that. So it's Yusuf who's taking charge at the moment here. Ball to come in the first over of this all-important match. Slices it up in the air. I think he's going to get lucky here. Chases on for the fielder, but he's not going to be able to get it. He has to put the brakes on before he goes into the stronger together. Boundary fence there. A good chase, hard chase by Mohammed Wahib Khan. Can't chase up with it. Hay poquito de suerte ahí, pero también hay 4 carreras más. And the first over finishes 13 on the board with that loss. And you got to take the odd chance or two. And Balwinder Singh, well, he's going at just to run the ball of his 2 balls, but it's the captain, Chand Yusuf, who started well here. Balwinder Singh. Going along nicely here at the moment. 133 runs in this Champion Leagues of cricket for him. Looking to add to that as he's going to face the man who's going viral with his own phone company. Here comes Abdul. And then it has to be. I think Yusuf has to go. There's no calling. There's no. You can see he's not in a position, the fielder, to get a strong throw in. Yusuf should have already been there. And you've got to take these runs. You can't be relying just on picking up boundaries all the time. Abdul to Balwinder. short again. It's a nicely played shot in the misfield. And as I was saying, there are some tired bodies out there, and that looked to me like a tired effort from the man at point. It goes past, and Buwinda, he does get a boundary, and I think there'll be a few looks of disappointment from some of the Brewer fielders there. This one really needed to be stopped. 4 more, and well, there you go, up the carpet, up the steps, and maybe ordering a Victoria at the bar. Thank you to the bar staff, you've been absolutely fantastic. Muchísimas gracias. This one's pitched up, and foot fielding. Puts the young foot down there. Shazib Mohammed makes the stop, single taken, and that's the other thing I think that's important for these two openers to do. They've got to take advantage and make advantage of this left and right combination. I think Buwinda get a boundary, take a single, and hopefully his captain Yusuf can do the same. Help them get a good start and good partnership together. Abdul trying to break the partnership, and he's not going to do with that. This is a lovely straight drive. He goes the area route. Here's the Seis Guerreras. The first Maximo of this must-win contest. Which team will go through into the final? Whose dreams will be broken? Abdul needs a reply. Yusuf looking good. Goes again and gets a bit more fortune. This is going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs, and that's the second time he's found the edge of the bat. And they don't mind in that camp as long as the boundaries come. And he can do about that. You can't. Expensive over this is turning out to be from Abdul. 15 off it, the ball to go. I can Yusuf, the Tigers captain, make it a magical one. And he does go for it, just moves a little bit early and shows his hand, and Abdul was able to bang this one in. It's up being a dot ball, so 28 without loss, so a very good start for the Tigers, and perfect time to introduce my co-commentator, the legend himself, Mr. Maximo.
You're too kind, Rico. But yeah, I'm really excited to be back, and hello to everyone in the fan zone. I was just cruising through there. That's why on my way back to the commentary box. Beautiful weather. Almost convinced me to stay there. But I'm looking ahead to the other groups as well. You can see we have 5 group weeks and then a championship week. So this is only just the beginning, even though we've already seen so much action. We've seen a golden ball yesterday, our first ever at Khartoum. We saw a 1-run match as well. And I was just thinking, whichever one of these sides meets Tunbridge Wells from England in the final, well, they've got some history, don't they? Because we had Dreux annihilating Tunbridge Wells in that memorable game, although they haven't been able to get close to them apart from that. And then ACT, they've had a few tussles against them already. Already played the English 3 times, including a 1-run contest. Here's Butty for the 3rd over.
Looking shot. This is time once again turns down the single. Now, on my account, that's 2 singles that have been missed. That's 2 opportunities that Yusuf, who's the better of the 2 at the moment, could have got to the striker's end.
I think he's greedy. He doesn't want 1, he wants 4 or 6, and he thinks that's his job. Let's see what the cross-handed batter can do.
Well, he's going to have to settle for 1, and slightly quicker delivery. And the captain here, Tapish Bharti, he's been good. Like what he's done for Drew. He's picked up 9 wickets so far.
It's been really good. He just slides the ball in, doesn't really turn it, but it's his flight and the speed variation which just creates problems. But it'll be tough to bowl a left-hander, though we do have that boundary back now on the left of screen. Earlier in the week it was a bit more unforgiving for the bowlers. Here he is bowling captain to captain.
And this is a missed chance. Or is it? No, he's taking him off. All right, he's got him. For a moment, I thought he's missed him there, Vinny. It's Rico needs to go to Specsavers, maybe, or need a set of binoculars, but this is really good work. And, yeah, there you go. Yeah. Nips the bail off, and that's an easy decision.
You've been very harsh on the fielders today. Even when they get one, they're not happy.
Well, I thought he's missed this one. I thought he's missed the start. You can see why. The bail is camouflaged between the green grass. We're a long way away here, you know. And I've got 20 years on you.
True. And ground. That's the way they play, both these teams. We're going to see some big swings, some big misses, but some big hits as well as Austria Cricket Tigers lose their first wicket. It's 29 for 1.
Yeah, look, in a way you won't mind that, because normally it's the other way around, isn't it? Normally that's probably Balwinder who's probably made the quick ones and gets out, and Yusuf is still left there. But Yusuf, as Balwinder's not quite going yet, decides that's his role. But yeah, I mean, that's the sort of delivery that he bowls and he gets wickets.
Yeah. I always wonder what it would be like to face myself. I don't think that us and Yusuf will get a much better opportunity than that. But it brings Imran Asif to the crease, who's having a pretty good week with the bat and the ball. Key player for the Tigers.
Once more the battle of the captains. It's the captain that's bowling that wins. Well bowled, Barty.
Asif. Now he's got 3 balls left in the power play. Long off bat, deep forward square leg back, more off mid-wicket, I guess. So the gap, the safe-ish gap, is probably over mid-on, or something can slice away over the offside if you get some width. But will he even look to do that with half an over left in the power play? Time will tell. Here's Bhatti.
See, he plays this nicely, and that single taken there to square leg moves him to 170 runs in the week. He's batted very well. In fact, his all-round performances have been outstanding. He could quite easily be the player of the week.
Yeah, well, yeah, when you combine his bowling and the all-round contribution, certainly be in the conversation. What an over from Bhatti.
And they didn't do anything with this one either. And yeah, absolutely right. This has been a terrific over. A ball to go. So he's left his mark on this match so far. But Wilner, I think he's going to go for a big one here. I really do. I can feel the big shot coming. And asking the question, the shake of the head from umpire Sulaiman Saeed. And I wonder what they got excited about here. Let's have a look.
Wide of the crease, doesn't really straighten it, that's the thing. I mean, it's a good shout, don't get me wrong, but I can understand why the umpire, Sully, might have thought it might just be sneaking down the leg side. So it takes us to the end of the power play, 31 for 1. Well, there's Tunbridge Wells. Let's just say they are pretty focused, although relaxed at the same time. It's not easy in a way having that long break between qualifying for the final and most of them electing to stick around at the ground, just keep moving. You don't want to seize up, you want to try and keep yourself in good shape.
Yeah, I think
not tire yourself out.
They've enjoyed themselves here all week, Vinny, and especially today. I think the weather today, beautiful. One of the hottest days we've had. One of the hottest days I think we've had in February. It's absolutely blisteringly warm out there.
Just have a look at that third over. Outstanding work, and they're going to stick with spin with Shazab.
And this should be a simple catch, and Balwinder once more goes, and I think that tells you a story. And the story there is that Balwinder Singh does not like the spin. He does not like the pace taken off the ball. I think that's what Tunbridge Wells sussed out about him. And other teams are learning the same. Look, head was up in the air. His shape was all over the place. That was going nowhere but to the fielder. And, well, Cameron Amazai, he's very happy about that. They've got rid of the Master Blaster.
Yeah, he's got to go, the cross-handed bandit. And the thing here, he had to go fetch it, didn't he? It was a smart line from Shazeb Mohammed. It's not an easy shot. And actually, Balwinder is actually pretty good at hitting those over point, but I think he's just getting a bit carried away with the leg side. And so, both openers gone now. It's 31 for 2. Gives us a chance to pop my head into the chat. And I've got to say hello to Gustafak, who's predicting 130 or 140 from ACT. Nice to see you, as well as Terry Ufus in the chat. And talking, no doubt, about the chances of the PCC Kings. Prague, CC Kings, and we'll see in Group C. James Leslie, well, he's a character, I'll tell you that much, as well as Mark Simpson-Parker. He's watching this Austrian club side with interest. And Tarek as well.
White ball, this from
voted to top 4. Big stage here.
Oh, he's given his wicket away, has he? Yes, that was a poor shot, and he knows it. That actually was very similar to the dismissal when he was going well against Tunbridge Wells in his 20s and gave his wicket away and should have gone on to win the match for him. Just doesn't get to the pitch of the ball. Clever bowling though, you take nothing away from it, and it's that little bit of extra bounce, but the fielder had a lot to do, and that's Nabi. Nabi's been hit and miss in the field, hasn't he? I know he's had some issues with his fingers, but he holds on to this one. That was important. I said that was going to be the key partnership for me. It's been broken straight away. Iqbal going very well. He's second ball for a duck. First ball, actually.
Yeah, first legal delivery, because first one was wide, but he'll be so disappointed. Often say if you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one. He does. Yeah, it was just a bit of deception, I think. I guess first ball, you're always feeling for the ball a little bit, and it was a kind of nothing shot, and it had the hang time to allow Nabi to come around, take that one right in front of the fan zone. They would have had a good view of that. But Nabi, I tell you what, he had the Teflon hands earlier in the week, but now they look like glue pots. Ahmed Nabi, are they clicking at the right time, Drew? This is such an even contest. Well, there's James having a chat to Chris Williams.
It's the big man out here.
Santiago commentated the first ever European Cricket Series match with you.
He did, with me. And I always claim to be the one that made him deaf.
I couldn't hear you over the wind that day, I should say.
You couldn't hear me,
over
honestly?
So look who's in. Look who it is, Rico.
Yep, the big man himself.
Hulk time. Mirza Hassan coming to the crease.
Do you think that we may just see a slightly different approach from Mirza now? He's in pretty early. He's got a long time to bat.
That was it. He pushed one.
This is pretty full, and I think at the moment to see if he's just quite content to feel a few in the middle of his bat, just to get a few runs. He knows as well, a lot of time in the bat. These two together, I mean, look, if they bat 24 balls the way they can destructively, you know that score's going to go up by a huge amount. But they've got time here. They've got time to prepare and get their assault right. Wide ball.
Now, let me just tell you, this is a good matchup for Mirza. And see there, Shazam Muhammad doesn't want to get too straight to him. He's going to try and make him reach for it. That one's called a wide. If he gets too straight, could be trouble. It's good bowling, good control. That one gets the inside of the line. I think that's being a judge is okay at the moment. Get a look at it here. The umpire's telling me if
they're happy.
He's done well today.
Yeah.
I mean, he dodged the bullet there, and so he only concedes 5, picks up 2 wickets in the over. ACT, after 4 overs, it's slightly behind in this match. It's 36 for 3.
Yeah, 36 for 3. Searching for that one big over, aren't they? Because that's what they need. One big over that gets them back into the sort of rate they want to be, maybe 12, 13. Partnership, and that's one thing that some of these teams are like those Tigers, Drew, and maybe you could say Svanholm as well. Unfortunately, they're not going to be seen anymore. One thing they haven't done is when required is got a partnership together.
Yeah, still a game partnership. Hey, did you see at the toss? I was there with the kids from the Art Christian School. They were loving it. They just had to go from the ground now, but they said they'll be watching along as soon as they get home from school. But it was great to see the cricket school program really successful so far, and there's still 5 weeks of this tournament to go.
Yeah, they've been fantastic, and they've certainly been making some noise. I was up there in my break while you and Corey were on, and saw them playing a bit of quick cricket. And shout out to Richard Lake and also to Samir Nayak, who have been doing a lot of good work with them, and Matt as well, their coach.
Doing a good job.
Oh, this is so. I think he's got a bit on this. Keep a look at the umpire. I think there's bad on this.
Yeah, it does, I think. I don't think it's catchable. I think it's a significant edge. Look at this. Yeah, see it? It's a little edge that bounces off the keeper's leg. You can't catch that unless you get really lucky. See, it just bounces off his left hip. But on another day, maybe it kind of hits you between the legs, and hopefully if it's not such a sensitive area, you might be able to hold on to it. Butty.
Quicker one. It's a single. They really are making the Tigers work hard for their runs here. It's been an excellent approach by Drew here at the moment. They've shown some intelligence here. Their captain and their tactics so far have worked perfectly. You know what they've done? They've learnt from the English. haven't they? They've learnt from the English. They're doing the same thing that Tunbridge Wells have done to the Tigers on 2 occasions.
Isn't that all? What this week's all about as well, with teams of differing skill levels in their competitions, their domestic competitions, coming together and learning from each other. And I think that the European continental sides this week have learned a lot from the English, but I also think the English have learned a lot from the approach of some of the other sides.
Oh, for sure. You've seen that in the way that Tunbridge Wells have been batting and the way they've changed the batting order. You know, we were talking about it earlier in that match. For example, Virat Bhatia, just coming a bit lower down in the order, letting the 2 William brothers at the top go for it. And as I've always said, it's all about not valuing your wicket and going for the big shots, and that's what's happened.
Exactly right. It's a quick hello in the chat to Rick Hatchman, who says he likes that colour combination.
Thank you.
Believe it or not, we didn't plan this, but I think I kind of got the hint. We had a golden ball yesterday, golden ticket through the championship week today for one of these teams. See the next ball, Butty bowling grenades at the moment, and just cannot be hit.
The key here
just hurries on. See?
Yeah, and the key here is
stay patient. He does. It's a big ball because he ended the 5th over and it's 38 for 3. And I was just wondering, will Mearza just go for this anyway because he's had enough? But I suppose he also knew, look, sometimes you just got to tip your hat to the bowler. He's bowled a good 2 overs. He's only gone for 4. And his overs gone for 3 and 2 if you include, I think there was a leg by in there. But that's the end of Butty. So let's see how the Austrians deal with some of the other options, particularly the pace options. I also wonder if we might see some of Mohamed Nisa's leg spin a bit earlier than usual, because the spin has been effective so far.
I think that would be a good shout here, because I think maybe both these batters are saying, well, look, okay, let's see it out, because those pacers will have to come back. The seam will have to bowl one, and you'd imagine that Abdul would have to as well. And here we go. There is a pacer coming back. This is where they want to go after it, and they are going for a pretty Yassin to bowl the 6th over.
It's a good player, isn't he? He did have a bit of a violent end to his first over with a 6 and a 4, conceding 13 in the opening over of this encounter. Qualifier number 2, the winner to face Tunbridge Wells in the Group 8 final for a chance to play in Championship Week. Here's Afridi Yassin. I think that's a run. What do you think, Rico?
It's a run, for sure. And that, for me, my calculation for the ones that is made contact with, that's 3 runs turned down so far in this low-scoring innings. They will all count. You're seeing 9 wickets to his name, looking to go into double figures. This is absolutely been launched. Lovely shot, and you can see what I mean. That's what they're waiting for. They're waiting for the pace. Once the pace is back on, they'll fancy themselves. And this has been clubbed, Captain Caveman style. 6 runs.
Well, that was clubbed. What a shot. Just look at the footwork here. This is not a half volley, folks. And he hit that as straight as the day is long. And that's why he didn't take the single first ball. You don't often see Afridi Yassin getting hit over his head like that off the front foot. Outstanding shot, that one from Imran Asif.
Yeah, they love to get to around about 60 if they can in this over. Slow ball and a very slow delivery. And, well, that's a wild throw. But thankfully, there is backing up. And good backing up as well from Hamzan Ears. He's right the way on the boundary. You can see the danger, comes charging in. Keep it to 1. So now, okay, the Hulk is Ashan. Gets going, hasn't gone big. Will this be the one where one of these two can go big and really get their team out of a little bit of a hole that they're in?
I know he would have hated not swinging last over, but he's still there.
Hit hard, fielder has to make the stop, does. Gets a kind bounce, I think. And that's Abdul.
And do you know why Wahid Abdul's fielding out there?
Tell me.
Phone reception's better.
Actually, yeah, good point. Good point indeed.
Didn't have a chance to whip the shoe off, did he, in the second over? Went for 15, but he's still got 1. And he could bowl at some point.
Lovely shot. This is travelling. Oh, that is such a nice shot. You know, he's such a good player to watch. I mean, some of the shots that he plays, we saw one where he actually clubbed it straight for 6. Now this one, he just caresses it beautifully. It's perfect timing, perfect placement. 4 runs, what a shot.
Yeah, really nice shot using the pace. And that brings up the 50 for ACT in the 6th over. We have seen 2 contests between these 2 teams. They've been pretty low scoring. No one's cracked a ton yet. And I just think it's they both have similar bowling attacks, I think. They've got a good mixture of pace and spin.
Yeah.
I'd say that Austria have probably more gears that they can bat at, although most of them are fast. Dre are just kind of all crazy all the time.
Yeah.
But, good bowlers, they'll create chances, and if you field well, you take them. I think that's why we haven't seen any of these teams make 100 in the contest between them so far. Last ball for Yassine.
Goes up over the top, goes over the infielder, specialist fielder comes across, and he gets a good throw in here. Could be trouble. He's having a rush, but he just makes it back. And, he really had to hustle there, but he makes it.
Still waiting for a Hakuk fumble. That's a nice bit of work. Can't stop the 2, but does stop the boundary. It's the end of 6. And the Austrian Cricket Tigers are 52 for 3. A 6 over check-in time. From here, I normally start with that 2 a ball, So 2 a ball here gets them exactly 100. And I think 100 in the final against Dre. You feel that no matter what the Tigers make, Dre might chase it down because it could come off for them. But also, whatever they make, if it's low, they still might get bowled out for less. So I really have no idea what to make of this match, but I think you put the 100 plus on the board, you back your bowlers to do the job. Now going back to Shazeb Mohammed for a 2nd over.
Nicely played, and you just saw there the bowler's scorecard, if you like. And what that told you is the slow bowlers between them haven't gone for double figures combined. The quicker bowlers, plenty, and that's why spin is back on.
They've been really good not giving Mirza anything he can really go after and take over the leg side. And also nothing short to Mirza. Once he picks it up that it's short, he just leans back on that back leg and just whacks it over the trees. He's had none of those. Shazeb's been very good bowling that offside channel. On to Yasif now.
Gone. Adios. Adios. Eso es final. And he's got to go. And you know what? I think picked the wrong one. I think the ball before that he just played back will. Another wicket goes. Win maybe here for Drew.
Yeah, he went searching for that. It's premeditated. I think he moves just as the ball's released. Doesn't even bother to have a look at it. It's outside the off stump. Again, disciplined bowling from Shazeb Mohammed, who's having a very good finals Friday. When you can stand and deliver, Imran Azif, you wonder about the wisdom of premeditating that. But he's got to go. Again, not really coming off the way we know that he can. He goes for 16 off 10, and ACT are 53 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, that's once again though, it's very clever bowling from Mohammed. He's picked up 2 wickets now. He conceded 6 runs, and you thought for a moment maybe the way that the ball before was played by Asif that he was going to be patient with the spin, but I think he had a quick look at the scorecard and thought, I can't waste too many deliveries. Now Mohammed to the new batter. Floats this one up as well, and they do take the single. And I think Mira Shan is starting to feel that he's got to make something happen here. Zadran, now, he played a good, valuable contribution in the last match. He made 19 runs, batted well, probably the best we've seen him bat. So once again, as I've said a few times, they are batters there that can go and put a good score on the board. He goes for this one up in the air. Balle, balle, balle. Seis carreras. Ginna Sona. Shaka Lagya.
The same line, but slightly over pitch for Mirza. As a pace he decides now's the time, now or never. And that was right next to Corey Ruckers, who was not moving out of his chair at all. Corey, very low on confidence. I can't understand why. Last ball of this over.
Drags this one out to mid-wicket. Will get the single, which means he will go back on strike. So 7 overs down, 61 for 4.
Yeah, really good spell from Shazeb Mohammed, who finishes with figures of 3 for 14 in this crucial do-or-die clash. And this is where we are on finals day. Tunbridge Wells qualifying for the final by winning match 21. And they will play the winner of this clash, ACT versus Dreux. Like I said, whoever wins this game, it's going to be a mouth-watering final. Tunbridge Wells, they've had the break, but yeah, sometimes you can just spend a lot of time thinking about it. They know if they don't win, they're not coming back. And that's going to be a lot of pressure, even though I'm sure they'll go in favourites. But anything can happen in this form of the game.
I mean, think about this. I mean, they have beaten the Tigers, Australian Tigers, twice, 2 out of 2, and it's all square. Even Stevens against Dreux, 1-1. Wonder who they'd fancy.
It's Nisa.
Oh, this could be very, very close. Let's have a look at this again. What saved him here? I think maybe the line or the height.
Well, I don't have a great angle. I'll see it here. The height was a concern for me here because it's a little bit takes off where it's pitched as well.
Oh, look at the movement on this.
Yeah,
but it pitches outside leg.
Yep.
Can't be out.
Good call. We are at an angle where it wasn't obvious to us immediately. And Nisa, he's a man that I'm surprised I haven't seen him a little bit earlier.
This is going to carry. Oh, it does, and it's been dropped.
Oh wow!
Catches a chance, but short of it, both body opportunities again.
Yeah, we had plenty of time there. Seb Mohammed's having a very good day, and he just drops it here. And that got very big on Mirza. Come back to that in a second. Back to live action. We got the thing with that ball from Mirza, it's the overspin and the bounce that Nisa gets. So it's one that you think he's going to whack, but he's on his tiptoes and it's chest high, which is pretty high. He's a tall man.
Adios. I think he's got to go. Yep, there's another 3 stumpings. And was that being given or is he going upstairs? I think he's given it.
This is out. Zahir, he's keeping so well. This is another one. You look, the foot's out. He's gone. Yeah. See you later. And Zahir, he's been outstanding for Dreux in this innings. And that's the side spin that does the batter there. It's the side spin from Mohamed Nisa. And that's Sahel Zadran. Unfortunately for him, he can only contribute a single. And he's someone they want to get some runs out of. They're running out of resources here in the 8th over. The score is 62 for 5.
Look, against the spin, that spin doing the damage here. You've got to use your feet and you've got to keep your head still. And what they're doing here is they're taking a step forward as though their head then goes up in the air. They're trying to hit the ball as hard as they can, taking their eye off it, and they're making it easy for the wicket keeper. And he's doing a great job behind the stumps here. Yeah. That's 3 that he's picked up.
And the thing is also, if you're going to get down the wicket, what you ideally want is to get the ball either on the full or on the half volley where it doesn't have too much time to move and get away from you. See, that one, it just had time to spin past the bat of Zadran. New batter out there is Umar Tariq.
What he does do, and I think it's important for him to do this and anybody else that happens to come in now, as long as the big man's there, your job is single. But the thing is, Ashan, he's not fancying the spinners. He's in trouble with them. He needs to move his feet. Let's see if he does. Wow, this is just brute force. He gets this one away. Over it goes. Well, he's given that some welly, hasn't he? That's big. Que grande, que guay, que genial. 6 carreras.
Well, grab your packed lunch because you're heading into the jungle if you're Muhammad Wahab Khan here. And there, just gets down, picks the bounce. So he's not too worried about the side spin. So Mirza, that's where he likes to put the balls. End of 8 overs, score is 69 for 5. Well, Rico, believe it or not, it's only our 5th day of action here, although it feels like we've been here a lot longer already.
Yeah.
What if I told you that back on day 1, ACT only made 74 and successfully defended it? That was match 4. They won 74 to 58. So, I mean, on that, they probably already have a defendable score. I think I want a few more here in this crucial match. Here's the headband warrior for over number 9.
It's a nice looking shot, and it's to chase on for the fielder. Will he get there? He does, and that's not bad. I mean, I think it's either a boundary or a single here for Umar Tariq. He's got the single. The big man.
Yeah, headband warrior to the Hulk. These are the contests I've come to see.
That's clever. And And they really have thought about this, all of the Drew bowlers. They've thought about who they're bowling to, just keeping the pace of it. Look, wraps his fingers around this, no pace on it.
Yeah, and that's the kind of length that he murders, but it's the line. It's the fact he had to reach for outside the off stump. He's looking for that leg side. Tariq has got to score here.
My ball.
Yeah, Tariq, that's fine. But I mean, Tariq, of course, it'd be great if you get a boundary. But if he can't, at least get the one, because look, there's still 3 balls left in this over after this one.
Manager, we'll see, will be just a tad worried. Good looking shot, they say catch it, he's going to stop it, he does that. And you can see the way that Sean gets to the other end. He wasn't even thinking about 2 here.
He's almost putting up some pictures because he was making himself at home there, wasn't he? At the striker's end, saying, okay, 3 more balls here to do some business. And he won't really want a 1 here. He'll want something larger. He's going to have to deal with Wahid Abdul.
Goes powerfully, but it could be a chance. And he's held on to it. Oh, we've bobbled a couple of times, but that's Hamza Niaz. He takes the crucial catch. Vinny, that wicket there and that catch being taken could be the difference of 20 runs on this total.
Yeah, it certainly could. No doubt about it. We'll see it here again. I think it's pace off cutter. Mirza gets a fair piece of it, but it's flat, doesn't have the elevation. And we've seen a few catches, not quite in the middle of the hands today, but Hamza Niaz will be happy. There we go. He ends up catching it in his belt, but who cares? Because that's the end of Mirza. You get rid of him any way you can. 6 wickets down now, 8 deliveries remaining. ACT are 73 for 6. And Mirza, look, I do think he played a role there, didn't he? 20 off 17. He had to deal with a bit of a tough opening, as he had Bhatti bowling some good balls to him. Shazeb also, he didn't give him too much to free his arms at. As he departs, someone else will have to come and pick up the reins. Will be Chowdhury with 8 balls left in this innings. Yeah, ACT can't see them hitting the triple figures, I should say, from here.
Chowdhury, and he's put it. Oh yes! Oh, how about that? This is sensational. Oh, that is a dream catch. Absolutely delightful. Well, we've seen some humdingers here, haven't we, at the Cardamom Oval? Well, that one was another one. What a snatch, what a grab. Abdul, 2 in 2. And how about this? This is what we're talking about. It is 1, 2, 3, 6 cricket.
Well, I mean, not just the catch, which is a highlight. We'll see time and time again, I'm sure. Just look at that from Ahmed Zai. It's almost past him, but it saves 4 as well, Rico. Tadra just coming up with a bit of magic here towards the end of the first innings as Chowdhury goes for a golden ball. Abdul's on a hat-trick and the score is 73 for 7.
That is absolutely sensational. Abdul, well, that is great. Look, lucky. He's all few balls to go. He's got to hit the ball, got to make something happen. He's always hit it well, and he's always been out to sensational catches. What a catch that is. And well, no wonder he's happy. And he's certainly been the player of Drew, I think. Abdul, hat-trick ball. Hit, and he's going to carry. Oh, just dropped short, and they don't take the run. Well, they don't take a run. What is going on here?
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, look.
Now you've got to take it, Vinny. You've got to take it.
I think, well, I guess the next 2 minutes will determine whether that's a good decision or not. 73 for 7 after 9. Well, I suppose that they think they get more than 1 run value from Tariq being on strike. But sure, he's only faced 3 balls. So take your point there. You don't often see that the batter who's coming in at number 7 farming it from number 9. But I think it's all about matchups.
Yep.
And now we're going to see Nisa, so he does get 2 overs here in qualifier number 2. 73 on the board. Gets wide first up. There's a run back.
It's been intelligent from Drew, you know. That's the word that sums it up.
Yeah.
Intelligent, smart cricket. They've done their homework.
Tosses this up, and this is straight up in the air. And this is Muhammad Wahab Khan, and he'll take the catch. So the gamble to take the strike doesn't pay off for Umar Tariq. Just can't get the middle of the bat anywhere near this. And that's the 8th wicket to fall. Score 74 for 8. And of course, with the rules on ECN, the new batter will have to face Nisa. I think he's bowled really well. Actually side spinning the ball, Rico.
Yeah.
And Drew in a very, very strong position now. They're running out of batters in the last over. 74 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, it's just underlines what I've been saying. I mean, sometimes, when you watch some of these big hitters blast the ball to all parts of the ground, the thing in your mind is, well, how will they do against the spinners with the ball, where the pace has been taken off? I think Bhuvinder Singh, they've sussed him out, and other teams have as well, and maybe they thought the same about one or two of the other batters, kept the pace off the ball. And when we have a look at the bowling figures later, you will see the difference between what the spin bowlers have done and the pace. Okay, Abdul, he has picked up a couple of wickets, of course 2 wickets in his last over, but still gone for some runs. Spin has been absolutely exceptional here from Drew. Left-hander Afzal is in.
He's got to face up. Left-hander's probably not a bad match-up for the leg spinner.
Back on the ball, takes the single. And Mahmood, who I feel should have been on strike anyway, should have taken that long. Look, Vinny, what do you reckon? I mean, 80 in the mind, if it's 80-something, is better than being in the 70s, right?
Well, they've beaten the 74 they defended last time now. They're up to 75. That was enough last time. Drew, could be anything.
Yeah.
They might chase this in 2 overs.
And chance to catch it. It should be easily done. It is. And that's another one for Wahib Khan. And, Mahmood went for the big one of his second delivery. He had to, I suppose. But no pace on it. No timing. No power. Another one. Thank you very much.
Pace has been excellent. It's been really, really good. It's the 3rd wicket for him now. He's got 3 for 10 off 1.5. Yeah. Well, he's pumped, and why not? Mohammad Wahab Khan has caught well. And this one just straight to him. Picked it up really quickly, came in a bit. Always straight in front of the eyes. I love the celebrations from the French.
Yeah, we
75
like
for 9. And this is now where you know that you can't necessarily go at these next 2 deliveries, because if you get bowled out, that's it. You're leaving balls on the table. But number 11 batter coming out, Takir Asif. We wouldn't have expected to get a bat in this crucial clash. And ACT, look, I know it's not as many as they wanted to put on, but they do have the knowledge. They have defended a total like this before against this team.
Nisar to Asif. Plays this very well, actually. Yeah. His feet, gets to the pit of the ball, plays it out towards Abdul, who's fielding there out on the offside.
I think you'd have a go at this now if you're Adil Afzal. Obviously, they rate him as a slightly better batter than Takir Asif. Without being totally crazy, and then he can be totally crazy last ball. I'll have to just manufacture one more boundary out of these last 2 deliveries.
Hits it well, and they will come through. Hit the singles, 77. So
I'll give you something. Have there been 3 stumpings in this innings?
There has, yes.
I've never seen 4 on ECN. I reckon we could get it the first time, because I think Afzal is running down the pitch and swinging at this. Not Afzal, pardon me, Takir Asif. And, well, be ready if Amaz are here. Last ball, 77 on the board.
Goes for the big shot, and this is going to be over him. I think it does. That's a tremendous hit. Great effort there from Khan. 6 runs. That does get them into the 80s, 83. And one thing I was saying, well, 80 is better than the 70s. The Grady 80s, as you've called them, 80s. Maxi.
And look, just as I predicted, Takir Asif smashes it out of the park for 6.
He's not going to stop it from there, though, is he?
Just as I predicted. Number 11 goes deep here in match 23. And I'm going to put my prediction skills back in the box. But I tell you what, Austrian Cricket Tigers, that'll give them a bit of a boost as well going into the 2nd innings with 83 on the board. That's a competitive total, I think, in the final as well. We often talk about the Grady 80s. They do have the bowlers to restrict Drew and to create those chances. They do have the fielders that can pick them up. But I think Drew, no doubt, the French champions, they'll be the happier of the 2 teams at the halftime interval of this Qualifier 2, match number 23.
Yeah, I mean, look, Drew have fallen short of the Tigers on 2 occasions, haven't they? And they're looking to make it third time lucky for them. And well, the Tigers themselves, they're looking to try and make it third time lucky for them against Tunbridge Wells, but they're going to have to really bowl out of their skins to get there. The batting just did not click.
Yeah, it didn't. And when you consider the fact that Hassan Yusuf, 21 off 8, opening the batting, was their top scorer, shows you no one in the middle order got going. That was a bit of a lucky one. Well, this man's been really good. Bhatti gets his opposite number. That was one of 3 stumpings. He was really sharp behind there. You know, you're not just a stopper as the keeper, you're an attacker as well. Yeah. And the way that he was able to affect those stumpings, okay, sure, they're regulation stumpings, but if you miss them, then you give second chances to batters that can really hurt you. That was a nice catch by Ahmadzai, but there'll be a better one to come. And we saw Aki Big Bowl, disappointment for him, just checking his shot. Didn't have the pace of the pitch. They'll be losing 6 or 7 hats on the way. Now, this was probably the shot of the innings for me. It was just a 1-foot step hit from Imran Asif. It's a pretty good one too. And look, at this stage you felt, look, they've still got the hitters there to do it. But when Asif got stumped for 16, more pressure on Mirza to go large. And that one he did get away, but I think they bowled really well to it for the most part. And ultimately, we saw Nisa come into the attack, getting his 2 overs, which I like. I think he's the sort of bowler you want to at least give him the opportunity to get 2 overs in the innings. Headband Warrior came back, and this was a big catch actually, because you felt if Mirza was still there, maybe they could push up, maybe even into the 90s. But when he went, it's a bit of a revolving door. And then how about this one, Rico? Out of this world.
Yeah, lovely catch. We've seen some glorious moments here, glorious individual moments. Players' dreams coming true on ECN, the world watching, and you take the centre stage. That was a great catch, and well, somebody who was always in the action is this man. He's taking good, and look, I like in his celebration, able to get to. From the number 11 batsman. Well, that one again.
Just remember that one. Yeah. The one coming up from Takir Asif, 77 with the ball to go.
Yeah.
And the number 11 hits a 6, gets them up over 80. If this game is tight, that 6 off the last ball could be the difference.
Yeah, and I'm going to remind you, you're thinking of that, I'm going to remind you of the 5 singles that have been turned down. I think that could end up being key as well here, Vinny.
Yeah, well, the single police in full patrol next to me, but I will say that it was... That's it. Fairly subdued effort from Australian Cricket Tigers, but they were held by some good bowling. Hassan Yusuf with 21, Mirza Ahsan with 20. Apart from that, no one cracking double figures. And for the bowlers, Drew, I was really impressed with Shazem Mohammed, 3 for 14, having a very good day. Nisa with his leggies, 3 for 18. 2 wickets also for the headband warrior, Wahid Abdul, and Bhatti. Only the 1 wicket, but only 4 runs conceded off his 2 overs. Join us in just a few minutes. We will be back with the chase, and it will be the Austria Cricket Tigers. They're fighting for their lives. It'll be Drew requiring 84 for victory. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu along with Rico Full. We'll see you shortly on ECN. You're watching the Bet to Ball European Cricket League.
Hello and welcome back. Hello everybody there in the fan zone. Give us a wave. Hope you're enjoying yourself, and I hope you're getting ready for what I think is going to be an exciting and maybe a dramatic conclusion to this match. Well, it has to be, because I tell you what, I mean, though they haven't got as many runs that they would have liked on the board, 83 is what's been posted by the Austrian Cricket Tigers. So Drew, 84 for victory. They're not going to make this easy. They know they would have gone back into their beautiful tent there, into their camp, and they would have G'd each other up, because they're playing, well, to stay and keep their dream alive. If they want to come back here in finals week starting on the 14th of March, and they want to have a chance of being in that final on the 18th of March, in week 6, would you believe, here at the Cardiff Oval, then they have got to play, well, the best innings in the field of their lives. They're going to have to be at their best, and one man who is not going to give up the goal yet is their captain. He is so positive, he is such a believer, and if he can rub that off on those players out there, then they have the opportunity to do this. Just to remind you, the 2 occasions that they have met so far. First time round, Austrian Cricket Tigers only made 74 for 8, and Drew were 58 for 8, so that was a victory for the Tigers. The other time, again, it was a good performance from them. They only put 84 on the board, and the Tigers got them getting 86. What's going to happen this time? Is it going to be third time lucky for Drew, or is it going to be 3 out of 3, a hat-trick of victories for the Tigers? Here we go. We get ready for the first ball. Yusuf in the air, chance. Oh, just wide of the fielder, and Yusuf is furious. He believes this should be taken. It ends up being 4 runs, and well, he was late moving. Lands awkwardly on his shoulder, but well, the captain, he wants this, and he reckons that Adal Hafsal should have taken it. Look at that, he's fuming. And Vinny, what do you reckon?
Yeah, well, not the ideal start if you're an Austrian supporter.
Oh, this one is a wild one. Has it rattled him? It ends up almost being a full toss, square leg. And should be saying no, that's okay, he's happy with it.
He's down his haunches, isn't he? Probably don't get a great view of the field in the way. Maybe just dipping below. Wasn't a good delivery though. I think have a bit of a tense start. I think they're one man, and I can't wait to see that. Anytime he walks out there in the middle is Ahmed Nabi, the first ever ECN Centurion, back in July 2019. Here he is. Not as comfortable against spin, against good spin I should say. Certainly Yusuf is one of those.
Nabi hits this well, and he reckons he's got the boundary. Oh, what a stop. What a brilliant piece of fielding. Aqib Iqbal, who else? Have a look at this again. And when Rico Fool tells you you're going to see some sexy cricket, this is what I'm talking about. And of course he's here, still stays in place. What a stop this is.
Yeah, it does. But yeah, he's just summed that up perfectly. Aqib Iqbal, no sign of injury there.
Firmly hit in the air, catch taken, they've got a wicket, they've got the big man, Nabi, 224 runs to his name, but he only gets 2 in this one. He has to go. Game on, the Tigers are roaring, they're still in this, they're still fighting.
Well, Nabi was robbed of 2 runs last ball by Aqib Iqbal, and now he's robbed of his wicket. And this was hit hard, but it was hit flat. They've got a ring of fielders there just waiting for a chance, and it's Imran Asif that takes the catch, and Nabi, well, he'll be disappointed, no doubt about that, but he'll be wondering, is that the last of the Cardiff over the receive? A nice little moment there from the keeper, Ahmed Chowdhury.
Vinny, I want to check, and we may not be able to do it during this match. I reckon every over that Yusuf has bowled, he's taken a wicket, or 2.
Yeah, he's been pretty good, hasn't he? Nabi, 2 off 2, 7 for 1. He's just been consistent, and he wears his heart on his sleeve, the Tigers captain, but
first time I saw him rattled though.
Yeah,
that catch should be taken.
Well,
and you can see he was rattled because the next ball wasn't a good one.
I don't think he was really directing it at the field. I think it's just the circumstance. If it had carried 1 more metre, the fielder was in the game, but it just bounced awkwardly, got away. So here's Mohamed Nisa coming out number 3.
Plays this cautiously.
Nisa is a guy, compared to some of their other top 5, that can play a bit more classically, I think. And so they're just sensibly taking one. He's one guy that might actually just kind of rein it in a bit, considering this target of 84 compared to the others.
Nisar, don't forget, he took 3 for 18 as well. A good knock here. And he's certainly in for shout for player of the match. Yusuf, once again. And, he bowls that well. You can see the bat is taking a big stride in the hours. He's just getting there and dropping the bat on it. They're the ones that he sometimes manages to get through the batter. We've seen him do it a few times with getting those stumpings in. And that's the end of the first over. And it could have started magical. It ended up being the boundary, but it's ended well because he does get the wicket. It's the wicket of Nabi.
Yeah.
8 for 1.
Look, Nabi's a guy. If he's out for 4 overs, I don't think he's still on the field because he is so destructive. And look, how do you make a score of 83 look a bit bigger? Well, you've got to have a good start. You've got to push that run rate up above 10 as soon as you can. Just make it look bigger, be tight, don't give any unnecessary runs away. I think just a bit unlucky with that first one. Don't think that was really stoppable. Went to the boundary, but the rest of the over only conceding 4. And that huge wicket of Ahmed Nabi as we see Sahil Zadran coming into the attack in over number 2.
Yeah, Sahil Zadran, he's been very good with the ball. Probably was just a little bit short in his line in that match against Tunbridge Wells. Let's see if you can just adjust that here. In he comes, bowling to Nisar. And it's going to be a wide, very quick, fast delivery. Starts down the leg side.
Don't have too many of those, especially heading something in the Grady 80s. Not a great start from Zadran. Have seen a few bowlers just spraying the first one today. Suppose it's understandable. Coming on and getting a little bit stiff and sore as the week goes on, no doubt about that. They've got to dig deep, these players.
It's done okay here, the fielder. I don't think this was the easiest one to deal with. It wasn't the easiest throw. Well, the wicketkeeper to deal with as well. But that is, I think that was Imran Asif just making sure that he stops the ball by punching it down into the ground. There he is. He'll have a part to play in this when he gets the ball.
Oh, yeah. I really have no idea how this match is going to pan out. Big prize on the line.
Shot, that's going to go to the boundary. It goes all the way over the boundary. In fact, manos arriba, arbitro. Manos arriba, eso es 6 carreras, too short, a little bit too much width, and he punishes it.
Yeah, it's a safe shot because look, there's no one back on the offside. Just need to get enough of it to get it over the infield. That one, enough to get it over the fence as well. Important. You've got to dodge those if you're going to stay alive in this game. ACT or Tunbridge Wells, they're interested spectators as well, I'm sure. I wonder who they'd rather play. Well, they probably aren't really concerned with that too much. They just know they have to beat whoever it is that qualifies from this game.
Oh, that's a tremendous shot. So here's Zadran, just takes the pace off this a little bit. He's hoping for a miss hit from the batter, but this has been timed immaculately. That's an epic shot. This is top draw for me.
Yeah, it's a good shot. I'm just wondering about this field. They've got both the boundary riders on the leg side, and I'm going to change it now. I was going to say maybe bring one of them up. They bring him up the deep wicket, kind of deep forward square now. Try and encourage him to hit across the line and play a slightly less safe shot. He has 15 off only 5.
Oh, this is not a good delivery. It's wide. Good stop from the keeper, Chaudhry. Here's Zadran just trying. This is the effort ball, isn't it? Getting it wrong.
It's risky as well because you just brought up your man square on the leg side. There's a lot that can go wrong here. A little bit of bat or glove or anything on that. Probably race to the boundary for 4.
Shot, well, lovely jubbly. That goes all the way as well. 6 more.
Big Maximo time. And Diaz, he's a guy that cracked 50 against Tunbridge Wells, so he won't care who you are. He's going to take you on. Zadran length ball, steps, hits. It's just a flat bat whack from the French opener. And he moves to 21 off only 6 balls. Magical start for Diaz.
It's a really good start. Hitting this on the up as well. That's a quality hit. And this is dangerous signs for the Tigers. for the delivery, well bowled, well played as well.
Speaking to some of the players as well, some of the players have played a good level of cricket that are taking part in this tournament, and they talked about Niaz and they said, you know, he can bat. You know, it's not slogging. He's very aggressive, hyper aggressive. But I mean, you look at that. He's got a good technical base that he works from, and he kind of expands from that to play those aggressive strokes. That was a nice looking cover drive.
What's going through the mind there of the captain, Tabish Bharti?
Here, got Ninja in the chat. Rico wants to know, how can he get a job on the ECL team? He said he'll fetch the ball for a box of cider and a plane ticket. Where are you coming from, Ninja? Might need a water boy at the commentary box, but I hope you're enjoying the action. Plenty more to come as we get to the end of the second over, and the score is 29 for 1. So losing Nubby, but the run rate very healthy early on. ACT need wickets and they need them fast. So much to come, as I said, Rico. And starting on Monday, we'll have a look. Day 6 of action. Group B are going to join in. And we got Brigade versus Griffins. That's the Irish team versus the Guernsey team. First up, Eurovica from Norway, Royal Tigers. Well, another Tigers replaces this Tigers. Royal Tigers from Hungary, as well as Bulgarian from Bulgaria, Prakash Mishra and the gang. And Zagreb Sokol. You can see them on Monday morning. So take the weekend off to recover. First ball is a dot. It's hard to see.
Similar to his very first ball, wasn't it?
Yeah. Look, they need wickets. I mean, that's it. You've got to get the top 5. And you've got to get them quick.
Good line from Yusuf. He's trying everything he can to try and pick up another 1 or 2 wickets here. He'll know that that's what they need. 2 more wickets and they'll believe.
I think these two are a pretty good pairing for Drew at the moment at the crease.
Punches this down the ground, and I think Drew as well, both batters. They're not silly. They know that this man is being the danger man for the Tigers, the captain, Shan Yusuf. See him out and then carry on with the others. They're doing more than seeing him out. They're also going the aerial route, and that one just bounces before the line. What they're going to have to do is try and throw it backwards.
Saw him do this before. Big impact for Akib Iqbal. Well, there's Corey. Corey's hunting a catch down there. He told me he's going to break his streak. He's just over the fence at long off. Akib Iqbal now will go back. Let's have a look here. Guess who's prowling around there? Who's that man in that shirt behind? It's a good effort from Akib. Should also mention, Corey's knocked off for today, so he is right entitled to enjoy a Victoria Cerveza or 2 responsibly.
Yeah, why not? And look, with that shirt on as well. What do you think about the shirt? Nice shirt. I'm liking it. Liking the look of Corey today.
It's a bit dreary for me, but
firmly struck. Should be taken on the bounce. It is. Really good bit of fielding. Attacks the ball. Not the best of throws, but he can be forgiven for that, I suppose, with his dodgy shoulder.
One thing that I like to see at this level of cricket, the elite club level of cricket in Europe, is just about how the players are doing the little things as we get to the end of the power play. 37 for 1. But I look at the enthusiasm, a player like Iqbal, they're really giving everything. They know, okay, we're out there for 10 overs. It's not so long. It's about 45 minutes. We are going to bring the energy. And that's something I think all teams have tried to bring to this. And, I just think, compared to 2019, it certainly has been a step up so far, even though we've only seen 6 of the 30 teams so far.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think the thing is, though, I think we need the European Cricket Series that have happened in the countries of these teams. That certainly has helped them improve as well, especially teams that have been involved with more than one. And we certainly found every time we go back, there's a vast improvement, and a lot of it is in the fielding and the catching.
It's a really good point. The more cricket you play, the better you get. Sounds simple, but it's true. And also, when you play better teams, you get better. Take a team like Bangladesh or something like that had a really slow start in the Test arena.
Yeah.
And that's how you get better. That's why I like the fact that T20 internationals are played by a lot more countries now. They've opened it up. And then why not? Let's open up our game to the world. Imran Azif coming in to bowl the 4th over.
4 runs. What does his touch? Bat or pad or bat? 4. And again, just probably find this is angling into the batter. You see that it's going down the leg side, and he just helps it along. Again, doesn't have to do too much in this art. It's all about positioning, placement, getting his feet in the right place, giving it a little tickle. 4 runs.
Imran Asif not doing himself any favours with the line of that delivery. No. Of course, rarely have the fine leg back in this form of the game. He's zippy, and he'll just kind of sling the ball in to Mohammad Nisa.
With a dot. And, I mentioned before, I think Imran Asif, I don't think there's anything more he could give. He's given everything this week for his side, with bat and with ball. It'd be fitting for him to pick up a few wickets here.
Yeah, for sure.
Whether they're going to win the match or not, I think he deserves to finish on a high.
The man in the chat has an idea. He thinks I should leave the commentary box and come back, create a wicket. So otherwise they don't see where the next one's coming from.
This will be another wide. And tidy stuff behind the stumps from Ahmad Chowdhury. Now Chowdhury, I was saying before, he's been very unfortunate with the bat. Nothing's gone his way, but behind those stumps, he's been class.
Yeah, for sure. Seems to be really good keeping in this as well. Got down there quickly. Shah team that he's supporting. Don't think we can get them at that short notice, but I'll tell you something, in this game they've almost got it down to a run of ball. Having said that, if you had to pick one team that you might have an epic collapse, and it isn't Luxembourg, then I think that's on Finals Friday. Hello to Star CC as well. Looks like they're down there. Give us a wave, guys.
Yes, hello, Star. Lovely to see you. Looking fine, looking magnificent there. Enjoying. I was going to say enjoying the sunshine, but they seem to be staying. There they are. Hello, chappies. There you go. Harpal there.
Harpal will be dancing before the end of the day. Don't worry about that.
I'm sure that they had a party or two last night themselves.
Golden ball. Plenty to celebrate.
Yeah.
First golden ball at Kartama. First win.
So it turns him inside out. This has been a really good over.
Yeah, well, it has. Just need to try and pull something out of the fire, don't you? Especially when you consider the first ball went for 4 from Imran Asif. He's gone dot, wide, dot, dot, 1.
I think was there 2 wides? I think there may have been 2 wides.
Just the 1 wide, I think.
The 1?
Yeah.
Yeah, see now, you see, if it weren't for that wide, this would have been the over. And this is where sometimes coaches get frustrated, because normally the last ball, like this one will, ends up going to the boundary. And you say, you see, if you didn't bowl the wide ball, that ball would not have been bowled, and it would have been 4 runs left on the board. And but it does go to the boundary. And Asif, well, he starts with a similar line that he started with. He's angled this the wrong line, and look, he's so quick to get into position. Yeah,
that one wasn't sure exactly what it hit, but whatever it hit, it ended up in the same place, other side of the boundary. So just the line, letting him run as if down a couple of times. The score at the end of 4 is 46 for 1. And yes, I just want to say on behalf of the European Cricket Network and everyone here, it's been great to be involved in this first week of a brand new, I suppose, version of the ECL, with more teams, more matches, more weeks, and thanks to all the 6 teams that have been here this week. I know 5 of them will have to say goodbye to them until next year potentially, but to Star CC as well as Helsinki Titans, and I know we already said goodbye to Svanholm today. Thank you so much. I know it takes a lot of sacrifice to be a European cricketer, and yeah, you are the reason that we're here and the reason that we're doing what we're doing.
Staying with spin, and it's going to be Abdullah Fazal. And also, look, a massive thank you to Cricket Hispania Federation, and also to the hard work of all the volunteers here in Kartama. David Cooper, the groundsman.
The ground looks great, doesn't it?
Well, is this what you call pies?
He's just saying, I'm going to take all the pace off this, try and force you to make a mistake. But the thing with Nisa is he can just flat patch you straight for 6. I think he'll love it. But he might not want to at this moment. I think we're seeing almost like,
yeah, go on.
I don't know.
I'll leave it to you to describe. I'll stick with pies.
I'm actually talking about the batting. I think we're seeing a kind of new maturity in their batting, knowing the game situation. They can knock ones if they want.
Well, look.
So, like, why not at this moment? They're just resisting their natural temptation to kind of hit this to Jupiter. And at the moment, one will bring up the 50 for Drew. They are in cruise control.
Yeah, I mean, trying to make something happen. I think this is where you say, well, they're trying to buy a wicket. How long will he wait before he does go for the big shot? Not too long, but has he put it straight into the hands? Well, he's going to get lucky. Second time round. I thought, is he going to put it straight in his hands? And, well, he more or less does. And it works. The catch is being taken. Azar Mahmood takes it. Well, he gets lucky. This is because he's been hit so hard. It hits his hands, goes up in the air. And, well, the rebound could not have been kinder for him. So, well, the pies do work. He couldn't have hit this harder. Bang. And he says, okay, thank you very much.
Lucky it stays in the field of play as well. And we dropped one early this morning, but a bit warmer now, better catching conditions. And you wondered how long before Hamza Niaz ran out of patience with the offerings of Adil Afzal. Well, there's your answer. But he's picked out the man at deep cover. Too well to keep his composure. Niaz goes for 20 out of 11, but he set his team up in this big match. The score now is 50 for 2.
Now, how important could that be now? Could be a master stroke on the part of the captain to give the ball to Afzal. And they played him a little cautiously, and then I think, as you said, Vinny, how long was he going to wait? He has, not too long. Hits it really hard, just couldn't get the height on it. And all right, he got a bit, get fortunate with it, but he does take the catch.
I'm going to say 2 words. What? I just want you to let it sink in after this ball from Afzal, who's bowling to French captain Tabish Bhatti. Who goes straight away, and this one is out of here into the jungle. Maximo! 6 to Drew. And that one takes an under-runner ball. Well, the French captain wasn't sticking around. He said, this has got to go. I've seen it from the bench. Get me out there. I'll take it on. And he does. 6 runs.
What's the 2 words?
Well, it's kind of ruined it now. But my 2 words were Helsinki Titans.
Oh, okay.
This time yesterday, or maybe earlier.
Yeah.
Helsinki Titans.
I get where you're coming from.
They were cruising as well, weren't they?
Weren't they just? So, better delivery, just pushes this up a little bit. And the captain, well, he knows he just hit a maximum. He doesn't need to do anything silly. That is the end of the over. And at the halfway point, 56 for 2, Drew.
Yeah, my point was that, you know, if you get a couple of wickets here, get into a bit of a hole, and Drew are the kind of team that can collapse. And just as I said that, Bhatti's come out and he's smashed the first one into outer space. So, I mean, they're in a great position. Under a runner ball, I think, from this stage. They need another 28 off the last 30 balls. So, well, I said it to the Titans yesterday, they'd have to fall over to lose. In that game, they fell off a cliff. Somebody needs to do something remarkable to bring Austria back into this game. Look, they need 3 wickets. That's what they need. They need 3 wickets in the next couple of overs if they're going to give themselves any chance of defending this, as we see Aqib Iqbal coming into the attack. Pardon me. That's not Aqib Iqbal. That's Umar Tariq. Should know that hair. Just glanced. Well, maybe it's not just your eyesight that's going, Rico. He's had a good series though, hasn't he?
I think I think both the youngsters have been unfortunate that Iqbal's picked up that injury. But yeah, Umar Tariq, I think he's bowled well. Struggled with the left-hander. Let's see if he can get his line right. This one's going to be 4 runs. This is a nice shot. This is about rocking back and cutting it beautifully. And that's a really nice shot. Nicely played. Not really anything too wrong with that delivery, you know, Vinny.
No, it's length ball. A little bit of width. Nisa, he's perfectly balanced play that shot. Now, I go back to ECL 19. Of course, we saw Nabi in that innings, but for the most part, the French top order just didn't click. They maybe a bit overawed by the situation. We're really seeing what they're capable of here in ECL 22.
Oh, he went for the big one here again.
But there's a certain authority about their play that they didn't have back in 2019 when they were playing some of these teams. And, you know, for example, I think if they had come up against an English club side then, there was just wasn't really happening for them. I think that they've come back a lot better team, and that's what ECL's all about, improving grassroots cricket in Europe.
Bold. And you're talking about improving grassroots. Well, this young man, he's going to improve and get better and better. I really do like the way he bowls. He's got a really nice, steady, smooth run up. Gets the ball in the right channels. He doesn't get deterred being cut away. Still there outside the off stump corridor. He comes once more. And this one's a clean hit, and it goes all the way. Once again, probably nothing too wrong with the delivery. Maybe just a little bit over pitch. He turns this into a half volley and smashes it, creams it out of the middle of the bat. 6 more.
This is where, at some point, you start enjoying yourself, and I think Bhatti enjoyed that one. See, he just gets down on one knee, clears the front leg. This was absolutely pumped. And just having a little chat, such as, what do you want to do in the hour off before we have to play the final? Something like that. But at the moment, this might not last a lot longer. Only 16 required for victory.
This time. And that, you see, this is sensible. This is what I think a lot of players, a lot of batters that have been here and will come and go over the next 5 weeks can learn is when you play a big shot, and this is the situation in the match, if the ball's not there, just play it away. It don't matter. Because you're on top, you need 3 and over.
Yeah.
You can afford to do it. And this time, I think he's going to split the 2 fielders. And yes, he does. A desperate attempt. Well, that's a crash landing there. To where the snake. Quality effort, but a nice shot. Again, it's timing, effortless, lovely shot.
Yeah, we lost one of the ball retrievers down a rabbit hole yesterday. Adrian, I hope you're okay.
Really?
It did. No, it actually happened. There was a delay in the game. We didn't realise. Takira Seif this time. He can't hunt this one down. 6 overs complete now. 72 for 2. So they're on 120 pace. Hello to Kieran Wood in the chat. I've liked your comments in there as well. Sam Nick, good to see you in the chat as well. Now, okay, I'm going to assume now, Drew do this, and you're the English team in the final, and you win the toss. What are you doing? You batting first?
Yeah. I think you are.
Yeah?
Yep.
Afsal starts with a wide. Well, I guess it worked for them yesterday against True in that kind of rematch, if you want to call it, the revenge match after True did a number on them on Wednesday.
Goes for the big one. Volley, volley, volley. Ginna sona. Ginna bada shaka. Shaka, shaka time. And that's the way to do it, you see. Use your feet, get to the position, and then keeping your head nice and straight, putting it away. And we saw far too often the Tigers using the feet, and the head went up, missing the ball. And 3 stumpings, remember, in their innings. Nice shot. Afzal comes back and tries to do the same, but this time it does go in the air, and that's the difference. That's what I'm talking about. Keep your head still. You hit it straight, let the head go up in the air, you get a chance, and they do get a chance. Asif is the man who takes the wicket. So he gets his name in the book one more time, but has it come too late?
Yeah,
Afzal
well,
gets another.
Short answer, yes. I think he goes really early, try to get to the pitch, doesn't quite get here, get to where he needed to be, loses his shape, so Nisat goes, but I think the heavy lifting's been done, hasn't it? As after 6.2 overs, a 79 for 3, nice knock from Nisat, 27 off 19, just when they needed in that number 3 position in this chase.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They needed, I mean, when Nabi went early for 2, they needed somebody to stick around, as I always say, somebody to get that partnership built, and he's getting a nice round of applause from his teammates, they know and they will believe that he's done his job. Well, that's somebody who's been in the wars. He doesn't seem too nimble as he walks out there. He certainly has been in the wars, hasn't he? Kamran Ahmadzai with the bowling and the batting, out with the fielding. And now he's out there. Can he see it home with his captain? And he's going to have Nisar doing the bowling to him. He's picked up 2 wickets. And he's ready to take him on. He will take the single and get his captain on strike.
Yes, very, very interesting matchup coming up then to finish off Group A. What a week it's been. It's been absolutely amazing experience.
Oh, adios, Balota. You can't bowl it there to me, and that is it. It is all over. Drew, smiles on their faces. Their journey continues. They have booked their place in the final. It'll be Drew versus Tunbridge Wells. Remember, they're 1 apiece at the moment. Drew won the first, Tunbridge Wells the second, and the third time will be the final, Group A final. Which team will we see again? Well, it's one of those two, Drew or Tunbridge Wells. The team that we say goodbye to. I mean, look, they really have entertained us, the Australian Cricket Tigers, and they deserve a huge round of applause. They've been fantastic. They've entertained us. They played some good cricket, but they just weren't up to the mark when it mattered. And there they are, a group huddle, and their captain, no doubt, Hashan Yusuf, a very experienced campaigner, will be trying to gee his boys up and say, look, we gave it our best. But at the moment, all eyes are on these guys. Drew, they've done it again, and well done to their captain. He came out there and he hit it big. He didn't want to mess about. He didn't want to have a nervy finish. 22 not out of 7 deliveries, and well, gets a round of applause here off the spectators in the fan zone. And they've got a little bit of time now to compose themselves and get ready for the final against Tunbridge Wells.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's been a good effort, really good effort. And you can see there, that's the story now. We have the final, which will start in approximately 90 minutes from now, an hour and a half. The toss will be coming up pretty shortly. And, well, it'll be one of those two teams, Tunbridge Wells or Drew. That will be the first qualifier for Championship Week, starting the 14th of March. Well, James and Charlotte working hard on Friday, as usual. And well, we were ready as well. And it was going to be goodbye to one of these two teams, Tunbridge Wells. And they might have been tempted to have a little siesta, but I think they were interested to see if ACT could defend this modest total. And despite the wicket of Nabi first up, that never bothers them, does it, if they lose a wicket or two. Nice little moment from Ahmed Chaudhry as he consoled Nabi, but it would be the Tigers that would have to be consoled at the end of this one, as Drew, once they got going, batted pretty sensibly as well for them, as they just put away the bad ball. They kept the score ticking, and really, this total never looked nearly big enough against the French champions.
No, it didn't. I mean, it was a great bat from Hamza Niaz. He really did well. One man who never gave up. Look, that sums up for me the Tigers. They just all the way through here, no matter what the situation, always went for it. Like did the Stars CC, as we saw them there, here enjoying this match, and no doubt will enjoy the final. Well, this was a lucky break. He gets the catch, but was it all a little bit too late? Well, that was nicely done by Asif. And and then the captain came in, and he only had one thing on his mind, and that was to hit big, hit the Maximos, go shaka, get those sixes and finish this early and get his team into the final and give his team a little bit of extra time to prepare. And this was a big wild swing. That was the end of Mohamed Nisar, but didn't he bat well? 27 of 19 deliveries. Afzal, well, they put him on to see if he could pick up a few wickets. Well, he did, but they also picked up a few runs from him as well. A nice shot there at the end when the winning runs were scored. So there you have it, the final, Group A final, the first team that will go through into finals week 6 of this Bet2Ball European Cricket League. The Champions League of Cricket will be decided today. Who will be the first team in the hat? Will it be Tunbridge Wells or will it be Drew? Well, one of those teams will be coming back in week 6, which starts on the 14th of March. And Well, best of luck to both those teams. Remember that match is coming up at 1600 GMTV, 5 o'clock here, Central and Eastern, an IST time of 21:30. So you got a little bit of time to make yourself a little snack. अपने टाइम हैगा होने प्रिपेयर करने ये मैच इतने स्पेनिश टाइम 5 बजे शुरू होना अपने लिए मसाला चाय बना लो 2-3 पकौड़े बना लो समोसे कर लो जो भी तुम्हें ठीक लगता फिर रेडी रहो बहुत अच्छा फाइनल होना Get prepared, get ready because the final is coming. Quick look at the scorecard. Hamzaniya is batted really well. 20 out of 11. Mohamed Nisar 27 of 19 and Tavish Bharti 22 of just 7 deliveries. A good healthy scorecard despite Ahmad Nabi not quite making the mark, but that's also a good sign. When you don't perform in one, it means you may perform in another, and if Nabi gets hold of 20 balls or so in the final, who knows, bowling figures. Well, as I said, Hamsal does pick up 2 wickets, but at a cost of 24. Ashan Yusuf again picks up a wicket. I think he's been so economical, 15 runs, but they needed Zadran to do well, and of course they did miss Iqbal, who wasn't able to bowl.
Yeah, so they did bowl Iqbal in the end, did they? But I mean, it seemed like it probably wouldn't matter who they would bowl. And Drew did this with time to spare. So Rico, that is 3 games down, and oh, there we go. Side, really like the way got within 1 run of Tunbridge Wells. I'm sure they'll rue a couple of decisions late in that game. It's a great experience as well. I think we've seen them. It's great to see a lot of their players back from the ECC. Yep. Lovely bunch of guys. Hassan Yusuf, I thought, bowled excellently and captained his team very well. A lot of exciting young talent, I think, developed even more in this series. I just love their approach, and certainly wish them all the best for the domestic season. Hopefully we might see them back here again in the ECL.
Yeah, look, I just want to say to them, and I know I've said it to them as a group, but I want to say it on air to them as well, keep doing what you're doing. I think their story is a success story for Austrian cricket. I mean, they put a lot of time and development into the youth system. They're doing it for the women's cricket as well and the juniors, and the rewards are coming. They were the national club champions this year, and I think there's every chance that they'll do it again next year, because I think they're doing the right things, they're getting the right results, they're a positive club. This will hurt today, but they'll get over it and they'll come back stronger, better, as we say, stronger together.
That's right. We love you guys, and we love everyone that has graced the Cardiff Oval this week. For now, we're going to leave you. We will start the final for Group A, the first final of this ECL 22. It starts in 90 minutes time. Join us just before then. It'll be Tunbridge Wells from England, or it will be Dreux from France that will represent Group A in Championship Week. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here with SportsMax along with Rico Full. Enjoy the break, but be back and be ready because the final is coming. You're watching ECN, and this is the Bet to Ball European Cricket League.
23 matches into ECL 22, and only 2 teams remain in Group A. And only 2 teams remain in Group A. Tunbridge Wells English champions. They've impressed, including Drew, who were there kryptonite the other night, including Drew, who were there kryptonite the other night. Is going down the competition. Only one spot is going down out of the competition. Only one spot. I'm Mr. Maximo, and this is the Betsball European Cricket League. And this is the Betsball European Cricket League right now. Final, and it starts right now. Welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Well, the sun is out. We've been having lots of fun. The sun is out. We've been having lots of fun here. And now it's time for match 24. Group A, and now it's time for match 24. These 2 teams, they met 24 hours ago. These 2 teams, they met 24 hours ago. Tunbridge Wells from England versus Drew from France in 3 days. And they already have a lot of history. And they already have, of course, the winner of this match will be the first team to qualify for championship week, which starts on the 14th of March. Unfortunately, the ECL will be over for the loser of this match. So ECL will be over for the loser of this match. So it's all on the line here. We have a giant coin to do the job. Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, is with 2 captains. Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, is with 2 captains.
Your call. Keeper. Your call. Keeper scores. Keeper. Keeper scores. We're going to have a bat. Good. Thank you.
So Keeper was the call, but Betsball was the call in this giant match. The giant call in this giant match. The giant coin comes up in T20 champions. They're here representing that T20 champions. They're here representing that nation. That's been the case both times these 2 teams have met earlier in the week. Both times these 2 teams have met earlier in the week. 13, the 13 minutes of madness as Drew. 13 minutes of madness as Drew. Chase only 19 deliveries, breaking records along the way. But deliveries, breaking records along the way. But Tunbridge Wells, they did get the revenge going into this final. So it's 1-1 going into this final. Wanted to see. And look, here's a man who is going to be ready to call all the action. He's going to be ready to call all the action in the computer box. And I can tell you the news in the Group A final. Tunbridge Wells, they won the toss. They're going to have a bat. Tunbridge Wells, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo. Are you ready? This is it. The Group A final. Are you ready? This is it. The Group A final. Tunbridge Wells ready to start this match. Ready to start this match. Also getting themselves prepared. But this is the final. Themselves prepared, but this is the final. Be going over to the teams. Will be going over to the teams. Anthem. What a proud moment this is. What a proud moment this is. There they are. There they stand. Players. There they are. There they stand for. And let's get ready to be silent for the national anthems.
Ladies and gentlemen, please can you stand? The national anthem, can you stand? France and England. National anthem. France and England.
You're okay. You're okay.
Ready? Save our gracious, sweet gracious, live on, live on, we know, save our, save our.
Well, that's absolutely marvellous. What a magical moment that is. What a magical moment that is. And for both sets of players. Proud. And well, they can be very proud. Remember, this is something that they will remember. Tunbridge Wells versus Drew. The second time versus Drew. The second time these two teams face each other. Chase one apiece. Face each other at the moment. It's one apiece. First time round, of course, who can forget? The first time round, of course, who can forget? 86 Tunbridge Wells on the board all out. The very last ball on the board all out. The very last ball. Manning the score runs 37-15. Manning the score runs 37-15. 13 minutes of madness. It was called 13 minutes of madness. 19 balls. 13 minutes. 19 balls by 10 wickets. They won by 10 wickets. 12 deliveries. Ahmed Nabi 36 of 7. It was incredible. Nabi 36 of 7. It was incredible. But Tunbridge Wells did get their revenge. Wells posted 141 is their favourite number at the moment. 141 is their favourite number at the moment. In a little moment, Drew finished on 91. In a little moment, Drew and that 91 I think got just 7.2. And that 91 I think got just 7.2. Is this going to go? Remember, only one team. Is this going to go? Remember, only one team to the final sweep. Starting on the final sweep.
A little bit also just hit the seam funny, bit low. And look, I tell you what, I knew the English boys were in a rush because they finished that national anthem about 15 seconds early, so you know they're in a hurry, and I think they'll be in a hurry with the bat as well. The other thing is, just realised Drew qualifying for the final. Another reason I was very excited about that. Another swing and a miss from Williams. Get to hear the French national anthem. That is a banger. One of my favourites, right up there.
You do like it. I mean, the way you were standing and listening to it, I thought, well, maybe that you haven't shared your true identity with me.
Conducting it. Look, I hope you do an ECS in France one day, and I'm going to make them play the national.
I did notice delivery Yassine. He sort of pulled up. It looks like he's having a few issues, maybe with his ankle.
7 on the board. This one pulled off a fairly low delivery. Going to make him work for it. Gets in for the single. All right, Tunbridge Wells in the corresponding fixture 24 hours ago, they scored 141. Essentially, you'd say they kind of battered Drew out of the game, although you never know with his Drew batting lineup. But what sort of a score do you think is enough for Tunbridge Wells?
Well, look, knowing the strength with the ball, I think 120, they'd be more than happy to defend 120.
Alex Williams for the first time. Bit of a false start. You mentioned the run battle between these two. I'm sure they won't mind who scores more runs out of the Williams brothers, as long as they get through to Championship Week. Well, we've got the tennis Williams, don't we? Venus and Serena. Here you've got Chris and Alex. Hugo not in the lineup today. This one's full. Pretty well bowled. I'll just get the single though. But then you've got Hugo. I feel sorry for Hugo. He's the youngest though. He's got a bit more time, I suppose, to work his way in. A bit like the Trevor Chappell of the bunch. Poor Hugo. But hello to you, Hugo. I'm sure he's watching from the tent. Nervous as anyone. Sure, there's got to be a few nerves around. Doesn't matter who you are. Big carrot on the line. Have a spot in week 6, the Championship week. He goes straight, he goes true, and he goes Maximo! Now, 2 big hits in the over from Chris, and he's looking dangerous. Number 13 hits 13 off the first, and the score is 15 for no loss.
Bolo Shaba. What a shot this is, and that's the sign of confidence, the sign of a man in form. Beautiful.
Pretty good one. Hold of him. Of course, in the last game we had to say goodbye to the Austrian Cricket Tigers, who entertained us during the week, but they just couldn't win a match towards the end of the week when it counted against the top opposition. They got within 1 run of Tunbridge Wells yesterday. Today, bowing out to losses to Tunbridge Wells, and then Drew in qualifier number 2. Now, it's going to be a good battle here because the captain coming on to bowl over number 2, Tavish Bhatti, to bowl his left arm spin.
Yeah, Bhatti's been very good. Let's see if he can contain the mighty Tunbridge Wells.
Well driven. In fact, for a second that might go all the way, but then Alexander Harkuk came out of nowhere. I tell you what, I'm a really big fan of this young man, 22 years old. I know I sound like a broken record, but I just love the enthusiasm, the way he's trusted in a key position down there. He's got a really good pair of hands, really athletic. That's what this is all about. Just curving in. He's just a wily customer, isn't he?
And he just, look, you know what, I'm loving the noise coming from the fan zone here. And the kids getting involved as well.
Yeah, had a lot of
look, I'm glad they're having a rest. They've been on the go all day.
Yeah, chasing him around. Goes straight, and this one is caught by Harkuk. Oh, he's got magic hands, the youngster. And this one was for sure going for 6, but it's all in a day's work for Alexander Harkuk. That's a big wicket, as Williams has got to go in the second over, and a big wicket for one captain getting the other. It's 16 for 1.
Yeah, it's another battle between the captains, and once again is the captain, the bowling captain, that wins it. But what a catch this is. This is the sign of somebody who is so confident in their role, in their position. He was never going to drop this, never. It was difficult, it was easy, but look at that. He just knows his place. There's no fluke that he's got number 1 on his bat, because he is the number 1 catcher. Stay in his seat, don't fall over. Oh yeah, he likes it,
I've got to say, he's the best fielder of the week. I've got to call it. He has been so good. I haven't seen him fumble one at all, and he has been incredible. Even the way he turned around and just maybe a bit of a nervous glance to see where the rope was, but he knew he'd stayed inside. This is Aridan coming out number 3, and he's going to get 4 straight away. That time, a rare lapse from Bhatti as he just angles this one down the leg side, 4 runs.
Yeah, and he'll be disappointed here. He's just got a wicket, and then he starts with a baton. And one thing that you'll quickly learn when you're playing against Tunbridge Wells, you bowl a bad ball, you bowl a loose one, they're going to punish you.
Got to get through the top 3 if you're Drew, if you want to stay in this contest. Aridan swings and misses. Bhatti has been excellent so far in this series. Seen him marshalling his troops very well as well. This one might be a wide. Yeah, didn't get anything on the way through. So will be re-bowled by the Drew skipper. And we did see an ECL 19. Hit hard. This one's going to be 4. And this is just a flat bat from Marcus O'Riordan. And he's another one He doesn't mind getting out there and batting through the 10 overs. That's the end of 2, 25 for 1. Now, in the break, I had a quick catch-up with Tunbridge Wells skipper, Chris Williams.
I'm here with the Tunbridge Wells skipper, Chris Williams. And look, Chris, what a tournament you've had so far. How's the experience been for you?
Incredible. It's been such a special week. You know, the place is amazing. The setup's been incredible. You guys have been awesome. So, look, now we've got a showdown with the French, the Crunch, we're calling it. So it's going to be good fun.
And what surprised you this week about the ECL?
I think just how well organised this has been. It's been just completely faultless. I mean, we probably didn't know what to expect, having not been involved in any of these ECL competitions before. It was, you know, we didn't know what the opposition would be like, we didn't know what the ground would be like and all these things, and all of them have probably exceeded expectations, to be honest with you. So, yeah, everything's been a pleasant surprise for us this week.
Final question, how are you going to handle the French batters? Because they bat probably more aggressively than anyone you've ever seen.
Honestly, they're extraordinary. These guys, they literally just go from ball one and they go every single ball. So, to be honest, we've taken some inspiration from the way they go about it in 10 overs, and we'll fight fire with fire.
Actually, one more question. Are we going to see the bat phone come out again? Because I heard you're going a bit viral. People are already calling you Batman.
Hey, look, the phone may well stay in the pocket this time. We'll see.
Thanks very much, Chris. Let's get back to the action.
Thank you very much. And good work there. Maximo catching up with the captain of Tunbridge Wells. Of course, he's out there at the moment. And, well, he and Marcus O'Riordan have to deal with the man who had the other phone. Well, we said bat phone and foot phone. Well, this is the man with the foot phone. It's Wahid Abdul. And wouldn't he love to get this prize wicket? Well, it's not Chris Williams is out there. He's obviously had to depart. His brother Alex Williams.
Band Warrior. O'Riordan yesterday, didn't he, with that Yorker, Wahid Abdul. Just a slight issue here for O'Riordan, who looks like he's taken a glove off. Don't know if it's an issue with his finger. I think it might be. So, well, gives us a chance to catch up. Slight injury timeout as they have a look at Marcus O'Riordan. And one thing I'm really excited about for this match, of course, there's a big carrot on the line, of course. The first of 5 spots available in Championship Week. But such contrasting experiences for these two groups of players, and to meet in the European Cricket League. I mean, you wouldn't get a match like this anywhere else in the world.
No, you know, that's what's been the beauty. We first saw that in September, October here last year, didn't we? In the Euros of cricket, the European Cricket Championship. And we saw the contrasting styles, didn't we? The England 11 and Netherlands, very different the way they played compared to some of the other teams like Austria, of course, Italy and Spain. But wasn't it nice to see how the teams and the players made those adaptations to be able to compete with each other? And I think we've seen the same thing here.
Yeah, they learn from each other, don't they? And I think we see O'Riordan just getting a bit of treatment. Sometimes you get one on the end of the finger. It's like, just might have taken one on the end of the glove. Let's really pick it up. Maybe it was one that went round the corner last over off Bhatti. But yeah, fan zone as well. They've been in good voice. Well, there's Star CC from Luxembourg. They came up with a moment yesterday. Have you had a good week, guys?
Come on, we want to see a bit of dancing. Come on, chuck it up. Get it up. Get up. There he is.
Harpal Singh, dancing Harpal. And a shout out to his wife Simran as well, who has been watching the coverage.
There he is. There he goes. Hold him down, boys. Hold him down.
Soon it'll just be the Harpal channel. We've already got 2 cameras on him. No, but hello to Simran, Harpal's wife, who's been watching the coverage. She's been loving it. Hope you're enjoying the finals day, even though unfortunately the men from Luxembourg not featuring, but they are featuring in the fan zone, as well as plenty of other fans, of course. Big expat population here in the Costa del Sol. We're good to go now. Here comes Wahid Abdul to continue. That's one. I mean, they needed 3 big fish. They got 1. That's 1 Williams. They got to get this Williams and O'Riordan. Not to say that the rest of Tunbridge Wells are weak with the bat, but I just don't think they can hit the kind of big shots with the consistency of the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. I mean, we've seen Williams do it, and we've seen, of course, well, both the Williams do it, I should say. On this occasion, the captain, Chris, is once again not able to get going. So that means, well, one of them always seems to perform. So if it's not Chris Williams, Alex Williams knows that that responsibility lies on his shoulders. In comes Abdul once more.
He goes uppercut, he goes good. Wow, the big O. O'Riordan just lifts him up. Abdul got him yesterday, but Arena looks like he's got revenge on his mind. 4 more runs to Tunbridge Wells.
Yeah, this is a really good shot. We've seen this a few times. Nice shot there of Roger Finer. And talking to some of the people. Probably, well, you see, he was a novice before. Now he's the expert. He's telling them what that is. That's 6 runs. Roger, put your hands up in the air.
This was the contest yesterday. That sparked something that's gone a little bit viral. Slow ball dragged into the gap. Bit of work for the outfielder to do. That's Hamza Niaz. He'll have an important role to play in the second half of this game. Yeah, well, I haven't really been on the social media today because I've had my hands full here, but I've heard around the traps, going a bit viral, the Wahid Abdul phone call, dialing celebration, and then Chris Williams returning fire with a couple of big Maximos and then phone call of his own. So keep your eyes peeled for that one. Short, cut away, 4 more, cuatro carreras más. There's nobody back there, so all he had to do was get a decent bit of bat in it, and he did. That's the end of the power play. Pretty good one for Tunbridge Wells, 37 for 1.
Yeah, cracking shot, just a little bit too short, and just once again underline what I said earlier. Anything loose is going to be punished, and whereas perhaps against some of the other teams, a delivery like that may have gone unharmed or just been a dot or a single. That was a tremendous stroke. And Vinny, one thing we haven't focused on is what a fantastic day it's been here today. It's unbelievable that we're up here in the temperatures that would, in many places in Europe, it would have been classed as a really good hot summer day here today. We're in February. It's been beautiful out there. Also, shout out to the umpires for the final. And Charles Croucher, Nilkesh Patel on strike. And also all the umpires that have been involved in Group A, led brilliantly by Rob Keminas, of course, Sullivan Saeed.
About it, thanks to everyone. Well, everyone that's come and been a part of this. So, what is even, I think, after the power play. And after this is a big wicket. And look who it is, Shazib Mohammed. He's having a finals day to remember. And he's had this ball on a string today. O'Riordan didn't want to have a look at him. He said, I'm taking you out of the ground. He misses. Another stumping for Ahmad Zahir. This is one you don't need to turn around for, because once he missed that, he was gone. So O'Riordan, he's got to go for just 14. And the 4th over starts with a wicket. It's 37 for 2.
Yeah, now look, this is something that a player of the ability and talent of Marcus O'Riordan will not want to look back at. This was horrible. He went after him straight away. He didn't even have a look. He was nowhere near this. His head went. The ball didn't do anything. He just missed it. And I think that's disappointment for him. And he knows that he's probably put a little bit of unnecessary pressure on some of his team.
Talk about 3 big fish. And they've got plenty of fish left, but I'm just saying 3 big fish at the top of the order that I think I want to see the back of before the halfway mark. And that's 2 of them gone now. As O'Riordan gets stumped. That leaves Alex Williams, though he's been getting better and better as this week has gone. And now Matt Barker comes to join him at number 4. Likes to get funky. Beaten outside the off stump. Wow. Shazib Mohammed has really come in and complimented the bowling of his captain, Tabish Bhatti.
Yep.
And so there you got 4 overs today. They've been really, really hard to get away. This time, just a little late cut for 1. Got to say, thanks for all the nice comments in the chat about how we look today. mostly positive. And even Corey. Michael Daub saying his wife loves it. And then some people saying that maybe behind the scenes as well. And we love it. 3rd innings is gone. Next ball pushed away for a single. Now, do you think those 2 wickets changes the freedom with which Alex Williams might bat, or do you think he just bats the same way no matter what?
He bats the same way. He's seen the ball so well. I think he probably just wants to see a few balls
If you're not thinking that's a dangerous delivery as an umpire, then I think someone needs to have a word to you. But the umpire's getting spot on.
Remember it happened yesterday where me and you thought maybe, but the umpires decided it wasn't.
They've got it right there. Free hit not cashed in though, so he kind of gets out of jail there, Ahmedzai. Now, how's Smith going to take him on? They've got no one in that. I mean, there's a wideish short third man. There's a big gap between the keeper and him. Would you stand up and hit? There's big gaps on the leg side. Wide mid-on is a pretty big gap as well. He tries to get funky and it works. 4 runs, nice shot. Well, Smudger, he's a sneaky little player, isn't he? And he gets a boundary here with a little deflection shot. Great improvisational skills from the Tunbridge Wells number 4.
Look, most of these batters can play this shot, and they've shown that to us all this week. And that's why I said to you, with that fine leg and third man inside the circle, they're going to get funky. And well,
But you force a field change to a player like Smith, you put fine leg and third man back and bring players up and try and force them to hit over the top down the ground.
Yeah, I think you would.
A bit like a Boris Corley in the ECC for the Netherlands 11.
But I think the keeper's got to be brave as well. I think the keeper's got to come up as well.
See, I think that makes it easier for him to deflect, because I think you can get little deflections if you're back. Anyway, what's Ahmedzai going to do? Oh, now he goes reverse, and there's the reverse ramp. It's a remarkable strike. Well, that's a big ball, but that was a big shot. Unlike anything we've seen this week. Maximo, 6 to Smith.
It's showtime in the final. Cardomania, this is what this is. Cardomania gripping the world, and this is why it's a frenzy of action-packed entertainment. You're watching the Bet to Ball, the European Cricket League, the Champions League of Cricket, and well, what a time to get creative in the final.
Just a shot that you wouldn't have seen if you were born in a year that started with the 19. When you were growing up, halfway through this 7th, and this is out. Maybe slight change of pace. I think to Smith, you don't want to give him length. I think he's feasting on any length so he can get under it and kind of go with the ball in the up. I think you've got to get full, you've got to get straight. I think he's still going to try it. So then I think I'm trying to bowl Yorkers that are hitting the stumps. He's a big LB candidate, big bold candidate. There's a reason these shots, they're difficult shots.
Yeah.
No margin for error for him.
100% behind you there. You've seen a field change. Come back to that in a minute.
Third man, fine leg, are back now. Appeal.
I have to admit, there was a little bit something there. We'll see it better here. I'm just wondering if that was the sound of bat just hitting the ground, or
things just don't feel right.
Ooh, you know what? I'd like to see that again. There definitely did seem to be some noise and a bit of deviation here.
I think there might be a little something on this. I mean, you can never tell. The one from behind just seemed like there might be a little deflection. Be the judge at home. Oh, inconclusive.
Yep.
Ask Dave Smith. Maybe he'll give you an answer. Never trust an Englishman on a Friday. As we get to the end of the 7th over in Tunbridge Wells. A pretty productive over for them. Ahmedzai goes for 13 and it's 75 for 4.
Yeah, good recovery.
Don't forget, we've got plenty more cricket coming your way. Group B next week. So 6 new sides. So I really hope you can join us on Monday morning. We've got the Irish Champions Brigade as well as Griffins from Guernsey, Bjorvika from Norway, Royal Tigers from Hungary, Indo-Bulgarian from Bulgaria, and Zagreb Sokol, which will contain Sam Houghton. If you've been watching cricket on ECN lately, the fan code European Cricket T10 in Gibraltar, he had an outstanding series. So I'd call him the Iceman because he was so cool under pressure.
Well, I tell you what, they need a bit of an Iceman here. Tunbridge Wells, cool under pressure. Spin back in the attack.
Shazam Mohammed. The thing is, for the keeper, that's harder than it looks because you've got this thing wafting in your face. He's in the right spot, just bounced off Hamad Zahir. He's had a pretty good day. Long day for the keeper as well to do 30 overs in this kind of pressure cooker atmosphere. They get a bye. Barchat comes back on strike. He's more of a classical kind of elegant batter, but I like the way he's kind of found a home in the middle order. Yeah. He's been quite productive in there, just picking his moments and making sure he scores off every ball, at least to one, but then looking for those boundaries when he thinks he can pick them up. Here he goes reverse. This one. They might think about 2 here. Now they will. Yeah, that's good running. Just gambling on the fumble, and when it came from Afridi Yassin, Barchi was very quick to get back for 2. I think that's what he's here to do, to be industrious, to keep the score ticking.
Yeah, and I also think that these 2 batters know that Yassin is not running 100%. Here's a slight niggle there.
It's the end of a long week.
Yeah,
long days.
It's been a long week for some of these guys.
That's the ECN crew, they'll know. Crew from Spring Productions. Nice looking drive, but he finds the man, Mohamed Nisa. Will we see him? We haven't seen him with the ball yet. Will he bowl 8 and 10? They don't mind bowling him at the end, but if he's to bowl 2 overs, they'll have to bowl. In fact, no, we're into the 8th now, right? So
yeah. I would have gone with Nisa in this one, to be honest.
Yeah, it keeps your options
he bowled
open.
really well.
Keeps your options open, doesn't it?
Yep.
Then he can still bowl Shazad Mohammed in the 9th. Now this is a good strike, and this one is coming up here. It's going, it's going, it's gone! And well, this one is out of here. And that one, I was a bit nervous.
Did he drop that? That's
I did drop it, but I was just very concerned for the electronic equipment, which is how my training has been done.
We had 4 groups of kids come up here, and every group said, has a ball ever come in here? I said it hasn't, but it will do, and it does. And well, this time it's gone over square leg. 2 big 6s. Well, it's shaka time. And the fireworks are starting to take off now. Patake chalpe, tolvi bajao, bhangra vi pao.
Well, bang bang. Talk about close to the action. We had a very good view. Hopefully, don't worry, production crew, everything's fine. I did my job, just deflected it away.
Did you get a finger on it? You did.
I touched it. I was more trying to. Well, I learnt the hard way.
You'd be able to see it because
I saw it pretty well.
Nowhere,
I was just more worried about it hitting the roof and ricocheting onto some expensive equipment. That's my training. My training kicked in, trust me.
But I was ready.
I lost enough.
My way, I would have had it.
Lost enough monitors last year to know.
You didn't have your balance.
That's my stuff over there as well. Last ball of the over. It goes reverse, and Shazad Mohammed, he's been brought back in the 8th. He's been very expensive. That's the over Tunbridge Wells needed just to steady them. It goes magical. 20 off it in the end, as after the end of the 8th, they're 95 for 4.
Yeah, look, this is a good shot. It was too short, really. It was halfway down the track. Half tracker, and gets pulled away. He could have really stood normal and put this anywhere he liked, but he thought, well, why not? It's there for the shot. It's there for the taking. Put it away. Big moment this now, because I think they're going back to the headband bandit. It is a good one here.
See, I wonder, I feel like they missed a trick not at least trying Nisa and then deciding what they want to do. Because I think that both these guys are pretty comfortable against pace, and I think that Smith in particular, he likes that pace on the ball so he can get a bit funky. Anyway, here's ET phoning home. Oh, this is higher than it is long, but it's still long enough to go. Maximo! Bacha, who had a pretty slow start to the week, but he is coming good when it counts, and that one brings up the 100 for Tunbridge Wells.
Gandhi ball sigi, batke mari, lagya shatka. You can't be pitching it there because anything in this zone is going to be put away, especially the left-hander. That's where the lefties like it. It's got to pitch up. 100 up.
Now this time he goes, doesn't quite get all of it, just be one. Let's see what the field is here. They put the fine leg third man back. I think I would be. And look, the thing is, 10 overs, it's actually longer than you think sometimes. You've got to sustain the attack throughout the 10 overs. Now this partnership, they were forced together, weren't they, when there were 2 wickets in 2 balls in the 6th over, but they have stuck around together now for about 3 overs, and they've been scoring well. I mean, 13 came off the 7th, 20 came off the 8th. They also started the 9th with a 6. So Smith, look at that field, and yet they do have fine-legged third man back. They've got deep back with square leg. Nobody back on the offside except for that very fine third man. That's where he tries to go. I think that's clever captaincy, because I think you're trying to force him to play a different shot.
Yeah.
Okay, make him force the play. Some, not all, but some of the players that like to favour those shots, they're not so strong down the ground.
It's pretty close, actually. He's going away. But the thing is with that, the captaincy is good, but of course you're relying on the bowler to put the ball in the right place as well, not let you down. Abdul didn't that occasion.
No shoe celebrations yet. 3 balls left for Abdul. And this time he might have found the man, and he has. That's clever captaincy from Bhatti. Well, this time the shoe stays on from Wahid Abdul. You'd have to say Smith He just couldn't help himself. He was hoping maybe get a little bit more on that, maybe get it over the fielder, but he has to fall for a very entertaining 28. 5 wickets down now. It's 102 for 5 with 8 balls remaining.
Yeah, I mean, I think he hasn't quite got under this as much as he would have liked. And it was very good field placement, as you said. I think they have to do it. I mean, sometimes, I know there's probably 1 or 2 people out there that may think, nah, I think you're just following the ball. But I think you know what these batters are trying to do. Change the field, get your bowler to ball in the right areas, and well, put the pressure on the batters. That's exactly what they did. But he's played his part, hasn't he? Dave Smith, 28.
Yeah.
A good knock from him.
Good strike rate, 233. And yeah, look, I think that sometimes on a field like this, you think, oh, I don't care where the fielders are. If it's my shot, I'm going to go for it. But those kind of shots are difficult to manufacture more pace. So you kind of a little bit hamstrung as to how far you can get it. This is hit nicely. This one gets through the field. I think it's going to be 4.
Yep.
This one, that's not the easiest stop, I suppose, but well, it was touched, it wasn't stopped, and that's a really good start. Christian Davis, who comes into the side at the expense of Joe McCaffrey here in match 24, the Group A final. What a good start that is for him.
Yeah, no, this is where I think the error is. Okay, you know what Smudger was doing. Well, it's a new batter there now, so change the field. Bring the third man or either to fine leg up and get that man back there. They've done that now.
It's better bowling. Wahid Abdul, who does get his wicket in the end, he's conceded 20. So, I mean, I don't look ahead too far, but I might end up with something, the 115 or so. I think that's a pass score, I'd have to say. Well, it's the end of the 9th anyway. So it's scored 107 for 5, so it might be more like 120.
Yeah, we said 120, yeah.
I said at the start of the week, I think 120 is a pass score.
Yep.
It's just hard to know with Dre because they have such a wild variance in how their innings can go. You know, you feel like they could be all out in the 6th or 7th over for not many, or they could chase down 180. I mean, they're that kind of a team. That's why I think no one knows what we're going to see in the second innings. But 120, if they bat well enough, they'll get it. But they're going to have to deal with an English team desperate to survive in this competition, desperate to book a date in week 6, and with some clever bowling options. Ahmed Zai comes back to bowl over number 10.
His first one was very expensive for him.
Doesn't quite get this now. Do they push for 2 here? I think they're happy enough. And for all of the, okay, let's run everything. We've got wickets in hand. Let's take on near suicidal runouts. I think sometimes when you've got 2 batters at the crease that are adjusted, it's not worth it for an almost suicidal 2, because you keep a batter there on strike, which can actually get you more than 1 run the next ball. And Barcher certainly has shown that he can clear the boundary. 1-6 in his innings of 12 so far.
I think this is wrong, Vinny. I think they've brought fine leg and third man up again.
He's going to go behind.
Yeah, he's going to go behind,
He's deflecting here. Oh, I'm wrong again. This one will go out to Arkuk. Just the one. Good result, I think, for Dre. Look, if they keep the singles here, they'll be very happy. Just try to not leak a boundary in the last 4 deliveries.
Yeah, and you can see that's what the captain, as he goes past the bowler, is saying, come on, Ahmed Zai, keep it going. You've been good for me so far this week. Finish it well.
Yeah. Davis, new to the crease. Wide. Oh, they get an extra. Davis played some cricket at Sussex, of course. He's, of course, one of our umpires. Not out there in this game, but Harrison Ward, also contracted with Sussex this year. Harrison Ward from the England 11 last year. And so it's good to have players of that calibre available.
Disappointment there for Ahmed Zai bowling that wide. They take 2 from it, so they've gone past the 110, 111 now, and they'll have to bowl that one again. So it's a little bit criminal.
Quick shout out to Barney Spender as well, who is always doing the French language commentary for us for the channel which takes the feed in France. Hello to you, Barney. I'm sure you're watching. I'm sure you're very proud of how Dre have gone, but they've got to go 3 in a row today if they're going to get through to Championship Week. Ahmed Zai, 4 balls remain. Pretty good result. Kind of chunks down to it off for 1. Only get 1 and stay at 1.
Good from the fielder, assessing the situation. Even though he picks it up cleanly, he gets the throw into one bounce to the keep, making sure that they don't try and sneak the second.
I mean, he started with that awful beamer.
Yeah.
But in that over, it ended up only going for 13. He got away with a free hit, only a single. So it wasn't the worst over. This figure's not too bad as yet. No ball called.
That's the commentator's curse, folks. Not too bad, and bowls no ball. And well, it's a wide that cost 2 runs.
I mean, that one, I wonder what it's for. It might not have been for a no ball front foot, actually. It might have been for something else. It might have been for 3 in the circle. So I thought it was, but we don't know that for sure. So it certainly didn't seem to be for a front foot no ball. Just looking at that field now. They do have 4 in the circle now, so quite sure, but do have free hit coming up. And he'll cash it in. Well, take that. Butcher will say, well,
what's happened here? Oh no, not again.
No.
Not again.
There's
I
no
hope
way.
we got what happened here.
I really want to see this. I was watching the play. Well, please tell me you've got this. If this is Corey dropping another catch, it'll make my day. Firstly, how about Barcher? Don't worry about me. I'm a big hitter too.
It's a great shot.
Really good shot.
That was Wardy and Corey together there.
Here we go. Going.
Oh no!
Oh no! That's Ward and Rutgers and the big ball. Speaking of big balls, there's another one, and it's going to be 6 more. Maximo! Well, it's been called a 4. I'm getting excited. Why not? Sure, we'll see this one.
Well, this is just sensational batting, and you were saying how he's improved and how he's picked up this format of the game. That's 2 tremendous shots. That's beautifully played. He just goes down the ground for the first one. Big. He knocks out 3 men with 1 shot, and then he plays this one on the offside. And well, look at that score. Now this is more like it. They're just checking that one again, whether it was 4 or 6.
Yeah, it was. No.
So 124.
Yep.
A ball to go.
Confirmed as 4.
Can they go 130?
Last ball coming up. They'll get another 4. Tell you about that. 4 carreras más. The last over is a disaster for Ahmedzai. It ends up going magical. 21 come off the 10th. And Tunbridge Wells, well, they had a few wobbles along the way, but they end up with a very competitive 128 in this, the Group A final.
Yeah, look, that's a good score. It's a good score for a number of reasons. One, because they lost really the main contributors early, Tunbridge Wells, but also this is a final, and they've got the runs on the board. They've gone past the 120 mark. They've added 8 more to it, so at 128. They'll be happy with that, Tunbridge Wells, because they know, of course, their strength. And, well, they've got enough firepower in terms of pace and spin. They would hope to contain Drew. But Drew, look, they won't be too dissatisfied. I just wonder if he said to Tabish before the start of this innings, well, look, they're going to get 130. What do you reckon? I reckon he would have shrugged his shoulders and said, yeah, okay, I'm happy for that. Because we know what they can do.
Yeah, if they're good enough, they'll do it, Drew. They are absolutely explosive with the bat, but they had to field first here after Chris Williams won the toss, elected to bat. No surprises there. And well, fortunately for the English skipper, he would end up going for 13. And it's Arkuk that removed him with a very, very good catch. What a week he's had. Just shows you how important fielding is. Now, a few nerves out there, and Alexandra, he's had a very, very good week. Then O'Riordan came to the crease. Thought these two, you had to get them, otherwise it could go supersonic. Well, spilling some blood for his club, but could see the medics are on hand, and so was Dancing Harpal. Fan zone lighting up, and ultimately they had to get these two, didn't they? They did, and this was the first one. O'Riordan, a shot that I don't think he'll want to look back at.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of shots, and nice, easy stumping opportunity for Ahmad Zahir. And this one, well, Hakuk, he is the star, he is the best fielder there is, but he couldn't get to that. But, well, there was still some other good bits of fielding on Hakuk there. Always in the action, always trying something. You saw some nice shots as well. This was really good work from the captain, from the Drew team. Barty, good pickup, gets the run out, and then the very next ball, he gets the prize wicket of Alex Williams, and at that point they thought, well, maybe we can keep him to around about the between 100 and 110. But what we did see, and probably it's fair to say we saw for the first time in this match, that some of the other batters showed just what they can do. There was some imaginative, innovative batting, and that's what helped them get to this score. And Smudger, he just went for too much funk, maybe. But, well, this was great. The first this one, look, here we go. He knocks them all over. Well, there he goes. Well, he can laugh about it now. But I tell you what, that's just another one that Vinny's going to make the most of. But that was followed up by a beautiful cut shot on the up as well, which just almost went for 4. And then there was a finish, wasn't there? 4 more. So a good flurry. It was an expensive over from Ahmed Zai. And well, Vinny had just said just before he started, well, he didn't do too bad the first over, including that no ball was only 12. Well, the second one was a disaster, but you just knew it was going to come somewhere. There's that scorecard. They managed to contain the Williams, though Alex did score 20. But look, it's the way they came together there towards the end. I think Viraj Bharti played his part, and Smudger there, Dave Smith, 28 from him. They just kept going, and that acceleration there in that last over. Well, how much will that last over hurt? And just having a look at the bowling figures there, we saw that number of bowlers were used. I still think, I agree with Vinny, I think not to use Nisar. I think that's a mistake. He's been good, but they opted for different approaches there. The captain was Marvel, wasn't he? 2 for 20, including that run out. But well, then there was the expensive come run. Hamatai, he went for 34 in total. Yassine, he wasn't at his best. I think he's got a niggle that he was trying to cover up. And Abdul, he bowled pretty well, didn't he? I think he when they were under the cosh earlier on, when there was that middle assault from Dave Smith, he bowled a good line and he did get his man in the end. Took 1 for 24, and the only other bowler to get a wicket there is Shazeb, who's had a good day, 1 for 28. So, well, we're getting ready for the reply. So which team is going to make it through and come back again in the finals week starting on the 14th of March? Tunbridge Wells 128 for 5, 129 needed by Drew. Are we going to see something special here again? Rico Fool here with Mr. Maximo. Join us in just under 5 minutes time for the start for the second innings. Welcome back to the magnificent Karma Oval, and there's the Sierra de Kataman that we can see at the back there. What a lovely setting. Can't think of too many more picturesque grounds than this one, and I'm sure everyone that's tuning in will agree. Thank you to you, our global cricket audience, wherever you're tuning in from, whether you're watching on YouTube or Fan Code, Namaste, or wherever you are around the world. We certainly hope you're enjoying Group A. And well, this is the final. One team will be coming back to this magnificent ground. Who will it be? Tunbridge Wells, maybe at this point, would be the favourites, would you say? Got the runs on the board in a pressure match in a final. That means a lot. 129 required by Drew, the French champions. Can they do it? Well, you know, and I know that they're only going to go about this in one way, especially their openers, and that's to go big. It's the way they play. They're not going to change that. Tunbridge Wells, I think they've adapted well to the big hitters. They certainly were able to tame the big hitters of the Austrian Cricket Tigers, using the spin to begin. And I think they're going to try and do very much the same here. Will it work for them once more? You can see the man with the ball is Marcus O'Riordan. Here we go. First ball, he gets it away, doesn't quite carry to the man on the 45, so he has off the mark straight away. And that of course means that Nabi time. Tunbridge Wells know what these two can do. And not this time. Nabi goes, first ball, it's a golden duck, he's on his way back. It's the final, it's the battle between bat versus ball, and Tunbridge Wells have got that one, they've got that to go through. Nabi goes without troubling the scorer, and they know how important this is. Totally misses this. And if they're going to do this now, they're going to have to do it the hard way. And it was, well, it's just straight through him really. Moves himself out of the way, makes a bit of room, misses it. I think just going for power as opposed to timing. He goes. Marcus O'Riordan, the Kent professional, providing the wicket that they needed. Nabi, disappointment for him. Bowled off his first ball. Now the pressure certainly is on the French champions group. It's not over yet. And nice to see the Blue Army there enjoying the cricket. Question is, how long would Carly be seated this time round? In the air, this could be another, it should be another, and it is another. And would you believe what we're seeing here? Two first ballers, and it's Kamran Ahmadzai. He's not having a good final. And well, are we going to see a hat-trick? There's been a couple of times, a couple of opportunities where bowlers have had the chance to. Marcus O'Riordan keeps a cool head. Well, Ahmadzai doesn't, loses his shape. You can see what he's trying to do here, but it wasn't the right ball for that. It didn't have the width for it. And all he does is he, well, carves this up in the air, and the catch is taken. Is their way back into this match now for Drew? And I doubt it. Tunbridge Wells, all smiles on their faces. It looks like right at the moment that they will be coming back to Cardamom and ready for finals week on the 14th of March. And well, normally while he's out of the box we see a wicket. Well, we've seen two. And I know that he will probably be a little shell-shocked, like a few other people around the ground. Welcome back to Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
A big day. Golden ball yesterday. Golden ticket today. Two golden ducks in the first over. Disastrous start for Drew. You never know if the fireworks going to land off the field or if they're just going to blow themselves up. And that's two in the first over. O'Riordan on a hat-trick. Are we going to see our first hat-trick of 2022 on ECN?
It is the captain who comes out. He only plays one way. He's there for the taking. Hat-trick ball. Goes for it. It could be the first hat-trick. Ball is in the air. And it goes down. Oh, can you believe it? Oh my word. That is unbelievable. The pressure probably was on. And, well, that, look, Tunbridge Wells won't be thinking about this at the moment, but I think that is going to be the biggest fine of the week. How does he put this down?
Well, that is quite incredible. And now he pays the penalty. Next ball's 4. Blasted straight down the ground. Well, found it hard to believe that Barker could have dropped that one. I mean, you felt like it had to be the first hat-trick of 2022. Now, shades of Shane Warne off Damien Fleming, but Shane Warne didn't have that long to look at it. It was the big moment. Barker, you can bet, assuming they go through, they might have a chuckle about that. But it'll be a little while before they're comfortable. As this one could be another one. Oh, I think we're going to get another one in the first over. They can raffle this one, and this is taken. Ian McLean is a good fielder, and he wasn't going to let this opportunity go. So we've seen 4 basically catching chances, or 4 wicket chances, I should say, in the first over. 3 of them are taken, and Drew, well, after that, you feel like they might as well book their ticket. Disastrous start, 5 for 3.
I tell you what, he's saved his bacon, hasn't he, McLean? He's taken the catch, and well, it's a disaster, absolute disaster this for Drew. But at the moment, Tunbridge Wells, they're on cloud 9. Everything they do is going right. It's amazing, and the captain goes. And if I tell you what, if he was still there, Barker, he was going to be in a lot of trouble. But he's breathed a big sigh of relief because the captain has gone 3 down, 5 on the board. What a start.
I know it's 3 wickets in an over. It's not a hat trick. I mean, some people go their whole lives, they never take a hat trick. Don't know if Marcus O'Riordan's ever taken one. But until the day he does, I think he'll always remember that drop chance by Matt Barker. Anyway, I think you can laugh when you've taken 3 wickets in your first over. Here's Dave Smudger-Smith, number 2. I mean, apart from the fact 3 wickets went down, only 5 runs were scored off that over as well. So that just pushes up that rate. Do you think after a shaky start with the bat, Tunbridge Wells, they rebounded well in the second half of their innings, didn't they? And I think when you consider that they were 52 at the halfway point, they scored 76 from the second half, and that was without their top 3 for the most part. Very, very good T10 innings in the end. Variation, gets past the bowler for 1. Muhammad Nisa, well, he's there. What you would say is, got 2 batters at the crease there that can both go at supersonic speeds if they need to. Whether they can hang around for long enough, I'm not sure, but certainly these 2 get in, make big scores. Maybe that 129 is still achievable. Maybe not. This is just a check drive. Chris Williams not going to drop this. Well, he tries to drop it, but he still holds on. And that's Niaz who's got to go for 2. And the French are crumbling here in the Group A final. In 2, 3, 4, 7 for 4. 4 wickets down. We're not even out of the power play. Rico Full.
Oh, look, this is very disappointing. Look, he does your ice cream cone there, but luckily for him, the ball balances nicely on his chest, takes the catch to his relief. And Drew, well, what is going through their minds here? And, this is a dream start for Tunbridge Wells, but this is an absolute nightmare for Drew. And, well, that one there is just given catching practice, and he's given his wicket away. He's half-heartedly hit it, has put nothing into the shot, and he knows it. It's thorough disappointment.
That's how bad this start. 4 wickets. We've only had 9 legal deliveries. 7-4. It's like an air hockey score, but it's not. That's the score right here. Wahid Abdul, the headband warrior, comes to the crease. Both shoes on the feet. Dave Smith gets his first wicket. He decides to take one, but he can't get one. McLean's prowling, and he's another good fielder. I did mention Hakook, it's probably my fielder of the week. McLean's not far behind, and big raps on him. And you can see there, grappling with the sun a little bit, but he's very quick across the turf and has a good pair of hands.
Yeah, you can see a few people in the chat a bit surprised about what's happening here. Spitzer here saying the French surrendering. Well, I'm not sure it's not by choice, it's by the quality of the attack. Smith. Well, there's Butterley right up to the... They've done this a few times. I noticed that they did the same thing to Abdul last time around as well.
Yeah, it's funny how he comes up and he comes up to the quicker bowlers. So, just a reminder that they've been prowling around in the break before this match. This is nicely worked away. They get a run though. 2 overs down and the score remarkable. It's 7 for 4 during the break. Rico Full had a word with the drill captain, Tabish Bhatti.
Thank you, Vinny. I'm with the captain, Tabish Bhatti. बहुत बधाइयां ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਫਾਈਨਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ पहुंच गए।
जी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, अल्लाह का शुक्र है हम फाइनल खेल रहे हैं ECL का। और पहले हमने तो थोड़े मैचेस लूज़ किए हैं, लेकिन हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस फिर दोबारा वापस आया प्लेयरों का, तो इंशाल्लाह ताला अल्लाह का शुक्र हम फाइनल करें, इंशाल्लाह ताला जीतेंगे।
Very happy, thank God, and praise to God that we've got to the final. They know they lost a few matches, but they're very happy to be here. Tabish, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅਜਾ ਲੱਗਾ ਨਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਚ ਤਾਂ ਹਾਰੇ ਆ, ਪਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਦੇਖੀ ਆਸਟ੍ਰੇਲੀਅਨ ਟਾਈਗਰਸ ਦੀ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਟੈਂਬਰਿਜ ਪੈਲਸ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੈਚ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ, ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਆਬਜ਼ਰਵ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਵੀ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਥੋੜੀ ਚੇਂਜ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਬੋਲਿੰਗ ਵਾਲੇ।
जी हमने पहले अपने फास्ट बॉलरों को चाहा कि वो अच्छी बॉलिंग करें, लेकिन माशाल्लाह वो अच्छी बॉलिंग कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इस पिच पे ऊपर स्पिनर अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं, इसलिए मैंने अपने स्पिनर यूज़ किए और जो मैंने उन्हें प्लान बताया उसके मुताबिक उन्हें बॉलिंग की और अल्लाह का शुक्र हम मैच जीते।
Yeah, I've just asked a question there. I think that from the observation of match against the Tigers, that they reviewed what the Tigers, how they performed against the spin of Tunbridge Wells and changed their own strategy. And Tabish is saying yes, that's exactly what they did. They took the pace of the ball and the spin worked for them. Tabish, बहुत बधाइयां ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ, best of luck final ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਪਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਸਾਰੇ ਇਹ ਵੀਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਅੱਛੀ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਬਹੁਤ ਪ੍ਰਾਊਡ ਮੂਮੈਂਟ ਹੋਣਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕਲੱਬ ਲਈ।
जी इंशाल्लाह मेरे फैमिली भी और मेरे क्लब के मेंबर भी, सब मैनेजमेंट प्लेयर्स बहुत खुश हैं ये फाइनल खेल के, तो इंशाल्लाह हम कोशिश करेंगे कि ये फाइनल भी हम जीतें इंशाल्लाह ताला।
Just wished him the best of luck for being in the final, and he's saying yes, thank you very much. And of course they've got a lot of best wishes from people in France, from his home club, from the president as well, and from the family, and they hope that they're going to go all the way and do it and win it for France.
Yeah, it was a nice piece by Rico in the break with French captain Tabish Bhatti. And we saw that big Maximo from Nisa. They need something to happen. Here's their last great hope now. Oh, this is going to be 6 more. Bit short from Barker. Back-to-back sixes, Maximo. And very, very nice footwork. He's got a good range of strokes, doesn't he, Mohamed Nisa? This one lifted up and out of the ground. Just a quick note has been noted. A couple of times we have called Liam Butterley slip of the tongue. Do apologise. Try and get it right more often than not. Anyway, of course, big fan chatting with Liam during the week. I really rate him as a keeper as well. Been busy, put it that way. He's had a lot of chances. Also, he's been pretty innovative the way that he's done things. And this one's up again, and this is 6 more. Well, Nisa is firing. He's got 3 sixes in the over. 19 come off the first half of this one. So it's a disastrous start this for Barker. It's gone wide, 6-6-6. The other 2 went behind square. This one, wow, stand up, flat bat, pulled over mid-on. Here's the comeback. Another wide, so now that's gone magical. And we're only halfway through this over, so welcome back Rico Full. Rico, well, Barker has leaked a few here. Surely we're not going to see a comeback, but I'll tell you what, if any team could do it, probably Drew.
Well, those have been some fantastic shots, haven't they? I mean, the thing is, they've been proper, genuine shots. You've seen on the leg side, the straight hit. And remember, Abdul, well, we know he can bat, hasn't shown it as yet. Can he do it? Oh, and this is a chance. Here's another one goes down. And I think I heard the bowler probably shout, "Oh my God, you're joking." Well, no, joking aside. And the ball doesn't go to the boundary. But look, this was travelling, but I think it was probably at a comfortable height. And it's ones that we've seen them taken in this week so far, but that one goes down, and it's Christian Davis on this occasion.
Yeah, well, pride themselves in their fielding. This is going to be pulled away. It was full toss. Not a good ball. Can't get out of this over Barker without a bit more punishment. That's another 4. Cuatro creadas más. That's 26 now that have come off this over. And 24 of them have come off the bat of Mohamed Nisa.
This is incredible. What a way to get yourself back in the match. Look, he comes back down to the wickets. I think opponents to Tunbridge Wells have been in this place before. They've been up with the run rate, but they lost wickets. But they're missing a partnership. Could this be the partnership they need?
Got ball to finish, gets away with it. It was a rare dot. It's the only one in the over, in fact. That's the end of the power play. They get 33 off it in the end. 33 for 4, but 26 of those runs came off that third over from Matt Barker.
Yeah, magical. And, well, that's made things interesting. And there's 1 or 2 people that were thinking, well, come on, it's time to pack up. This ain't going to last much longer. But look, Nisa, he's got other ideas. Abdul, not off the mark yet. The 3 deliveries he's faced. He's going to be on strike here now. And, I wonder what his plan is going to be. It's going to be Ian McLean to bowl.
Bit of a difference between the first 2 overs and the third there on the chart. Here's McLean. Come around the wicket. Wahid Abdul hasn't scored in 3 deliveries. Abdul, I think he can't afford to be too conservative. And again, can't afford to get out either. I'll go straight through him. Nice take by Buttery behind the stumps.
Yeah.
Just shapes to throw, but doesn't need to.
Now I think that's the reason there, because of the way Abdul plays that. He always sort of almost walks out of his crease, leans too far forward. I think that's why a few times you've seen Buttery has stood up. He's not electing to do that just yet.
I get 1 here. They're only 4 behind in the runs up to the power play. I think the big concern, obviously, is the 4 wickets, and we know how much they rely on their top 5. So 4 of them gone. Nisa is there. Abdul, you can't see playing much more than a supporting role. I think they might need a little bit of something. Why are we calling for a helmet? It's probably smart.
I think he wants a lead.
We always like to see batters wearing helmets. So 12th man might be Umar Khan actually coming onto the ground.
What a first. I mean, have we ever seen a first over like that? I mean, it was quite incredible, because, you know, when you're really expecting all the fireworks to come off the bat, because we know what Drua and the openers can do, and yet it all came from the bowling of Marcus O'Riordan. I'm so disappointed for him that he didn't get that hat-trick.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. O'Riordan, he didn't play in that disastrous 13 minutes of madness match. No. Didn't play, he was rested. So he hasn't had too many problems with Drua. They thrashed him last night in the corresponding fixture. Full straight, but inside edge. That's where you've got to be as a default, especially when someone seems to be able to pick up the length at will. I think this is a pretty good place to bowl. Just a bit of movement as well, I think. Probably would have gone to the boundary if the back pad wasn't in the way. And in the end, it's just a single.
Yeah, fortunate there. That was a good delivery. I think you're right. There was a bit of movement there. But gets a bit of bat onto it. If that went through, it would have been all over.
Accentuates that angle from around the wicket. And this one beats Wahid Abdul. So, I mean, it's a bit like a left armer's kind of angle. Not quite the same, but that angle across the right-hander can be difficult to deal with, especially for Abdul, who is not a top order player. He's a bowler that can hit the odd ball, I think. This one's chipped up. It's into the gap though. That'll be handled by Bailey Whiteman, who we yet to see at the bowling crease. They seem to be using Bailey later and later, but certainly they didn't need him in the first over. O'Riordan getting the job done with those 3 big poles. 4 wickets fell in the first 9. He tries, he swings hard, and this one's gone. Far enough. It's going to be 4. Lisa moves to 30 off only 9 balls. Well, he's been the only shining light in this innings. In fact, he scored 30 out of the 40 runs in the innings. And so this one does get to the boundary. That's 4 overs down, but a pretty good one from McLean. Cost 7 in the end. And after 4 overs, it is 40 for 4. And once again, just want to say very, very warm welcome to all of you. And I know that, like I said before, we've got people watching from all around the world, and it might be a bit of a new experience, but we certainly have enjoyed the week. It's been a long week. It's been a tiring week, I'm sure, not for the players, but obviously for the whole crew as well. But we've really enjoyed it, and hopefully you have too. Of course, we'll be back to do it again on Monday morning.
Yeah, look, it has been tiring, but you never get tired of watching quality cricket. And also, I think the best thing about it is, I mean, we're fortunate enough, not do we just watch the cricket, we're able to mingle with the players and the crowd at the fan zone there afterwards as well. It's been absolutely tremendous.
Here is Whiteman. Didn't swing at a start. Chipped away for 1. And of course, you know, you've played a lot of cricket as well. Rico, I have as well. So it's always interesting just to chat to them, pick their brain about what they think about this format.
Absolutely.
I wasn't fortunate to play really any T10 cricket, but certainly I've watched a lot. So it's great to have these conversations about tactics, about the kind of mindset required, not just within games, but also across the week. To kind of put yourself in the best position to do well. Beats the pace. You can see how far Buttery is back as well. He's certainly got a lot of carry, Whiteman. I think he's been touching 130 k's or just over 80 miles an hour in this series. I think the big man doesn't mind bowling in the middle of the innings. His ball's just not super new. I think he can just maybe control the move a bit more. I think for him it's mostly about the accuracy, getting that line of length right, putting it where he wants it. This one just wide.
Yeah, he struggled with that a few times, Bailey Whiteman. But the thing is, I mean, I think you say this a few times, if that's what you're trying to do, if that's your approach, he's trying to get that just inside that line, and it's worked for him. He's been successful. And, there's the team there, Chris, James Cantor, and, Charlotte Jones as well, sat there with Corey. Yeah, he's stuck with outside the off stump. He's got a few, I think, off my count, he's probably picked up 3 or 4 wickets where the batters have snicked it, and Butterley has taken the catch. Buttery, of course. And that's what he's trying to do. So the odd one, yeah, he is going to get the odd one to go wide, but he's sticking to his guns.
Whiteman. Oh, this is held around the corner. This one angles in and just keeps on going. That one's jungle bound. Maximo. Well, Nisa, not too phased. He's just going to keep swinging, and he gets another 6. He moves to 36 off only 11 balls.
Yeah, look, this one is angled in to the batter. I think he's trying to bang this one in. Doesn't get the ball to talk as much as he would have liked. And that's hit really sweetly. That's a really nice shot. It's all the way for a Maximo. 6 more runs.
Shah Sultan Zahid wanting to get hold of some ACT strips. Run going there. Even I can't get one. Players aren't giving them away, are they? Must be a wide one way or another. Whiteman tries to dig it in, but didn't know his own strength. This one went a long way over the head, I think.
Shukriya Saryanu. This week nusanno sport kita. Hope करते हैं तुझे cricket enjoy किती है. बहुत अच्छे मैच हुए थे. यूरोपियन क्रिकेट लीग है, चैंपियंस लीग के क्रिकेट थे. ये फाइनल है, ग्रुप ए फाइनल.
It's be another wide. Just quite able to get his control. It's one of those bowlers, Whiteman, that has what I call a bit of an ambiguous action. And what I mean is he doesn't really have a natural in-swing or out-swing action, which means he can just do a bit each way. There's these kind of bowlers like Pat Cummins or Jimmy Anderson, and it's really difficult as a batter because you can't really anticipate a shape. You've just kind of hedge your bets a little bit. But I mean, I guess the thing was also it's difficult for him to get the radar right at times. Again, we'll get a wide. The other thing is it's probably end of a long week for Bailey. He's running in off 30 yards or so. No, it's only 2 overs a game, but you know, coming off the off-season where you just don't know how many he's had off the long run. He's there and struggling a little bit with his direction this over so far.
Yeah, hello to Charles and Tracy. They're back again for the ECL. We saw them at the ECC. Whiteman in once more.
Pushed away. Won't get a run here. And not taking a run like that kind of shows you. And Nisa thinks he has to do as much of this as he can on his own. Let's just check this run rate required. I mean, when you consider that Drew went at 27.79 during their innings the other day. Well, this is only half of that, but the difference is they had Nisa and another big hitter at the crease.
Yep.
Recognised top order batter this time. Nisa just on his own. And he hits this one, and this one's going to go all the way. Well, a bit like one of my favourite BG songs. Because of Nisa, they're staying alive, and that's a big Maximo. Nice shot over mid-wicket.
Inna Sona Rab ne banaya Nisar. He's taking this on by himself. He's saying, bring it on, I'm ready. I'm up for the challenge. That's a big hit. Certainly putting the pressure on Whiteman here. 17 off the over, a ball to go.
Yeah, will it go magical? That's the question. Or will you just take the one here and take the strike? It's the latter. Nisa playing a one-man band. A lone hand at the moment in the final was all to do. At the end of 5 overs, Drew 58 for 4. And Rico, what if I tell you, after 5 overs, England, or Tunbridge Wells I should say, were only 52. So Drew, they're 6 runs ahead on the comparison. But I guess for me it's all about the personnel that Drew have lost along the way. And that's why, really, it's Nisa's job to go big, or they're going home.
Yeah, it's funny how we read each other's minds. It goes to tell how many matches we've done together. I'm just looking at that, 52 for 2. That's where Tunbridge Wells were at this point. So they have lost 2 wickets more, but they're right up with the run rate clean to continue. And, oh, it's been stopped, but tentative to take the single. I think you're probably thinking, well, I'd rather stay there and get as much strike as I can while I'm in the groove. But I think he can't be turning down too many runs. He would have liked this to have gone to the boundary, of course. Abdul now has to take over. And he does very well as well. That's 4 more runs. And it was just a little bit too short, and he's managed to get enough on this. So, Wahid Abdul hits his first boundary. Nisar, who's still there.
McLean bangs it in, decides to abandon the plan of angling across and pitching it up. Maybe a little bit lucky to get away with that, Wahid Abdul, but gets the result. His first boundary. This one's hit hard, but it's hit straight to the man at long on. And the headband warrior is no more. After the boundary, next ball makes decent contact, but didn't have the elevation to get over the fielder. It's the safe hands of Dave Smudger-Smith that takes the catch. 5 down now for Drew. 63 for 5, and Nisa is going to get a new partner.
Yeah, this is going to be disappointing because this was a partnership they needed. We know that Abdul, he can stay there, but you see, I think the problem here is he goes down on one knee to play that shot, and because of that he doesn't get the leverage to get the height. I think if he stands up and hits this and gets that bat coming right the way over his shoulder, I think he would have cleared him.
Disappointment for Wahid Abdul. He's had a very eventful week though. And now we'll bring this man to the crease, Shazeb Muhammad, who's had a very good finals Friday. And well, he really kicked the innings along with 23 not out towards the end of their first innings. And we're batting against ACT in the last game. So I suppose, look at what his role is here. 3 balls left in this over. He's facing Ian McLean. Well, he goes straight away. Well, he's lucky because this is going to fall in no man's land. He'll just take a single.
Single, and that means that Nisar, he's going to target his next 2 deliveries. He wants boundaries because he's still believing that the unthinkable is on.
Well, it's 44. Get next one there. That'll be a wide down the leg side. Unless I'm seeing things, maybe this was between the pads and the stumps. And the best angle on it. Let's have a look. No, that's wide. It's straight between the legs. Good umpiring by Nilkesh Patel. It's a bit closer than us. And, umpiring, I have to say, very, very good this week. Thanks to all of them for their efforts. Another good defensive piece of bowling. McLean, well, he's fired up. Why not? Good over from him. It only concedes 6 in the end. Now really, it's last rights time for Drew, as with 4 overs left in this one, not quite halfway there. 64 for 5.
Yeah, 64 for 5. And look, well done, of course. I mentioned the Blue Army, Sam Williams, Barry Eaton, Medadalb, Carly Lennett, Miguel Stoneman, Sherrod Brumber, James Cantor, Diana Orris, Charlotte Zones, Chris, and also Nick. Give them a round of applause, everybody. Come on. They work hard behind the scenes. You don't see them. They're always working and doing a magnificent job, making sure you've always got the scores updated there. Charles Cratcher there, the umpire, led by Rob Kemming as well.
Look who's back.
Big team effort. Yeah, this is a big over, isn't it?
Reardon only needed 2 more wickets off these first 2 balls to take another hat-trick, or a hat-trick. First ball, just 1. Hello to the robot. It's been activated in the chat. A few people asking about merchandise. Kits do look pretty good, I'm saying. Reardon with another dart. There's a nice shot though. And Misa has been a cut above, hasn't he, in this innings. It's one thing to do it against some of the less recognised teams, but this is twice that he's gone off against Tunbridge Wells. This time, just had no help. He moves to 48 off only 18 balls.
That is a beautiful shot. It really is. So classy. And I wonder what's going through in his mind here. I mean, of course he's aware of all the wickets that are falling. He knows the pressure's under, but he just keeps going.
I think he plays the correct shots to the balls bowled at him. I don't think he premeditates too much. He sees it, he hits it, and that time cracked that one through point. Nice shot. Need a magical over, don't they? Reardon's not going to give too much away. And now he removes Nisa. And really, with Nisa, you think the slim hopes of Dre have been extinguished. And Reardon, what a performance from him. 4 for 10 in the Group A final. And it does look like we'll get a chance to see Tunbridge Wells again in Championship Week, as his 4th wicket means it's 6 down now, and 69 for 6.
Yeah, this is really well bowled. I think he's dragged this down. He knows that Nisar is wanting to take the big shot. He gets the wicket he wants, and you know what? I'm going to say it. I think there's a 5 run here.
Yeah, I was just about to say, we haven't had a 5 yet this year.
It's only the 2nd time.
It's a really
4 wickets.
It's a good reception, isn't it?
It's a great knock.
A really good reception for Mohammad Nisa. He came in at 5 in this inning. They held him back, tried a couple of pinch hitters above, didn't work out. 48 off 19 with 5 big 6s and 3 4s. An excellent tournament. Hopefully it's not the last we see of him at the ECL. I'm sure they'll be doing everything to win the domestic championship this year in France and come back for ECL 23, the Champions League of European club cricket.
बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग की थी अपनी निसार ने, जबरदस्ती। और किसने रन नहीं बनाए, 48 बनाया पर 8 हो गया। उन लग रहा कि ड्रू दा बहुत छोटा चांस है ये मैच जीतने वाला।
Someone that doesn't look like they want to hand a Reardon a fifer is Amar Zahir. It's decent pace. I mean, he gets it down there probably as quick as some of the medium paces we've seen in the Tunbridge Wells side. This one gets past him. Just be one, though. The other thing is he's been so economical. I mean, really, when you sit 3 batters down in the first over, you know you're in the box seat. And look, despite Nisa trying his hardest to make a game of it, no other French batter has reached double figures. Shazed Mohammed, well, he's had a good day, and maybe he wants to, because that's lifted away nicely over backward square leg. Maximo! A rare one off Reardon, and a nice shot by Shazed Mohammed.
Yeah, he's very quick to pick the line and gets himself in a good position, gets back inside his crease, swivels at this, makes good contact, and gets 6 runs. Both a shot. Shaka lag gaya. Well, he's not giving up just yet.
Yeah, it's above the 3 a ball, which I often call the point of no return. 7 overs down, and that's 76 for 6. This is what we've got coming up Monday. Make sure you join us, because it all starts again. It's Group B, Week 2, Day 6 of the ECL. Group B, Match 1, Tees Brigade from Ireland against Griffins from Guernsey. I think that'll be a cracker. Both those teams, little or no T10 experience.
Alex Williams comes into the attack.
There we go. We'll see some of the other teams. We'll see the Norwegian team, Bjørvika, Raw Tigers, we've seen them before on ECN from Hungary into Bulgaria. We've seen them as well in Bulgaria, and Zagreb Sokol from Croatia. So a lot of teams we've seen, but a couple we haven't, particularly those teams playing in match one. As this one, it's going to be a lucky one. Gets past Buttery, who dives away, but it's no avail. Zed Mohammed, well, you got to ride your own luck, and he gets 4 here.
Yeah, tiene poquito de suerte aquí. ¿Y cómo estás todos? ¿Cómo gusta este partido? ¿Cómo gusta esta semana? Esta de semana de Liga de Campeones de Cricket. Qué guay, qué genial. Stupendo.
On the pad. I'll sting a bit despite hitting the leg protection. Alex Williams getting a bowl here. He's had a pretty good week, hasn't he? When you think about someone that stepped up after they had that wobble, if you want to call it a wobble, in the middle of the week, Tunbridge Wells, Alex Williams. Well, he didn't make as many as he probably wanted in the final today. I'm sure he's disappointed about that, but he's a player to watch when they return for Champions Week. And he drops catch here.
Which I think that's called his fingertips.
Yeah, it's a nasty one. I think it came quite as quick as he thought, actually. Zed Mohammed. Yeah, pretty quick. Just a single, doesn't cost him much. Oh, this is lifted up into the sky, and it's going to be another wicket, and it's going to be the end of the road for Shazem Mohammed. He's tried so hard. In fact, this is Ahmed Zahir, pardon me. Ahmed Zahir is the man that tries to go up and back, and unfortunately for him, it finds the fielder. Alex Williams chips in with a wicket, 82 for 7.
Well, look, I think this is a little bit of a celebration that goes back towards the batter. I think this is the celebration here. You may see it on camera here. That is done by the man who's just been removed, and Kristen Davis decides he's going to do that same celebration.
Yeah, well, what I would say though, for all the theatrics we've seen this week, I think this series has been played in very, very good spirit. Nice ball of the over for Williams. Gets one past a new batter. Muhammad Wahab Khan's out there now. 8 overs down, and it is 82 for 7. Yeah, I honestly think it's been played in very fly. Having a laugh, you can see the players, of course, all staying together. They often travel together on the coach to get here, and so there's been a sense of community about it. Of course, it's been hotly contested on the field, as you'd expect, but still, it's great that the players at this level from different nations can come together and mix and share stories and experiences. As we see another wicket, and well, they're falling pretty quickly now. Matt Barker comes back, and he takes this wicket off the very first ball. That's McLean, Ian McLean that is, at cover point. Once again, we see a batter driving on the up. Shazem Mohammed now. It is the end of his European Cricket League. He falls for 13, and the score is 82 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to hit over the top here, but once more doesn't quite get underneath it, and a nice catch taken, and man, he's very happy with his work, Ian. He's had a good week, hasn't he? And most of the boys have. And well, look, I'm liking this. It's our man going out there. The top, well, if there was an award for the best fielder of the week, well, this man definitely gets it. Alexandre Harkouk, I think he's been absolutely fantastic. He's done some superb work when he's been out there, and while he's taking the time to get out there, come on you guys over there in the fan zone, I want to hear a big round of applause for the man who's been having you bopping and weaving all week long, the DJ John Hobbs. Give him a round of applause.
He's been good. It does pepped up. I know you fancy yourself as a bit of a DJ, Rico, first thing in the morning. Not everyone's on board with that, but I like it. Here we go.
That's why they put us so far away.
Alexander Harkouk fielded well, and he's out there. It's because they're running out of options. Here he's at number 10, facing Barker. Swing and a miss. But you know, just watching Alexander going out there, sure, at this stage the sting's kind of gone out of the game, but and what a story he is. I mean, he's not the only one as well. You know, we saw obviously Pavel Florent back in ECL 19 went viral, and kind of an example of the plight of European players who sometimes have to travel long distances to play games.
Yeah.
Obviously it's an amateur pursuit. It's a bit of bat on this, and he'll get a run, or he might. Oh, well, there we go. Barker says, okay, I'll give you that one. The youngster's off the mark. You know, but we've seen The Zimniches, for example, playing for Belgrade in the Croatian series. We've seen a lot of Romanian youngsters as well, inspired at one.
Oh my word, what a hit this is. I'm sorry, Vinny.
Right.
This was breathtaking. What a shot is that is. Where did that come from?
And Mohamed Wahab Khan, right, know about him, because he can hit it if he does connect. I don't know how often he does connect, but this one goes the journey. Maximo! You wonder, will that be the last Maximo of the week? Nice way to get off the mark.
Que grande. That is huge. What a shot.
Just going to say, though, there's a lot of native European players. Not a lot, but a significant amount that we have seen. Will hit as well. It's into the gap. And will they try for two here? Alexandra will hold up there. So we'll get to face the last ball. So, you know, it's a work in progress. I mean, I value anyone that's playing European cricket, no matter what their ethnicity is, no matter where they've come from. I think they all make sacrifices. I think that they're all very passionate about developing the sport in the continent. And so it does take us... I think we might have one more ball here, actually.
Yeah, I think there may be one to come.
But all the volunteers, no matter where you come from, the fact that more and more cricket's being played, more exciting cricket's being played, I think it's been a really, really good experience.
Yeah, but you know the other thing about that is, I mean, and it's by getting those native players playing it into the game that gets other natives into the game, you know, because they spread the word. They spread it better than everyone else. What do? I play cricket. What's cricket? And boom, there you go.
Last ball of Barker's week. This one will test the man down there. He's able to do it. He wants to. And he gets overruled by Mohamed Wahab Khan. So, well, a bit of an appeal here. What's happened here? I don't think there's an appeal after all. I think this will be the end of the over. And bit of drama. 91 for 8. What happened here? He just says this doesn't want to go. Well, he certainly didn't want to go, did he? And he waits for the keeper. Wow, Buttery. I know him. He's probably just having a bit of fun, especially at this stage of the game. So it's 91 for 8. Going to the last over of week 1. Thanks for your company as well. And look, shout out to Drew as well. We haven't seen them on ECN since 2019. Certainly gave us some highlights to remember back then. As we see last over being bowled by Dave Smith. So I would say it's been great to see them and their development. I think, okay, Nabi went big back then. Some of their other top order players never got an extended run. Remember, they only played 3 matches back then, and they were quite tough matches as well. They had to play VOC Rotterdam, they had to play Svanholm, and then they played Cluj in the group matches. So, you know, and then they played 1 match after that. So you'd have to say that it's been good to get a bit more of an extended look at them and see exactly what their players are capable of. So it's been a really good experience.
Yeah, that's the word. It's an experience. That's the process. An experience that you learn from, you take from. They'll go back as a team and they'll look at some of these performances.
Swing and miss, not judging the pace of that. Yeah, but I mean, we'd love to do maybe an ECS in France at some point. We'll have to see, obviously, if we can organise that with the Federation. Of course, we always value the federations who are interested in buying into what we do here at the European Cricket Network, of course. Now, we're going to hit 2,000 matches all time on Wednesday next week, you know, Rico. This is driven nicely. In fact, this will be 4. Well, that's a good shot. Wahab Khan. Well, he's gone right, he's gone left. This one almost goes up to the stairs, which is where all the players will be going shortly. Nice shot from him as he moves to 11. Good batting.
Yeah, he's played this really well. He just waits for it. He knows where he wants to put it, finds the gap, and that's another one that goes, well, almost makes his way up the steps to the bar.
Yeah, slower ball does everyone, including Buttery. That means maybe a bit of fortune for Hakuk, who gets one more chance. All right, come on. Let's see the young Frenchman hit a big 6.
Wouldn't it be good if he does?
I'd love to see him.
Gets a boundary, take him to 100. That'd be something.
The man's picked up on wanting to go to France. Well, maybe you're onto something. All right, here's the last ball of week number 1. Well, Alexander, he'll get a boundary. And so congratulations to him, but really the story of this one, the big congratulations, has got to go to the English champions, Tunbridge Wells. They have been a cut above this week, and they had to do it the hard way. Certainly didn't have it all going in their favour. They were handed a pantsing in the middle of the weeks at the hands of Dreux, the French champions, and well, the players are really being acknowledged by the crowd, and they've stuck around here to the very end of this final. But Dreux, they couldn't reproduce the heroics of Wednesday as Tunbridge Wells had their measure on Thursday, and now in the final. So we have our first side into the championship week, and it's Tunbridge Wells who will be representing England in week 6 of the ECL 22.
Yeah, it's a time to savour the applause off the fan zone and off each other. It's been a memorable week for Tunbridge Wells. Well, it's one, no doubt, that they would have learned from as well. But, well, 2-1 to them against Dreux. Dreux gave them a hiding first time round. They gave them a lesson that they will remember for a long time, and it hurt them. But they needed that, I think, because they got better and better after that. And, well, there he is, Marcus O'Riordan. What a match he had. He was sensational. Picked up 4 wickets. Should have had a hat-trick. He knows. I want to know, boys, Tunbridge Wells, I want to know what the fine is going to be for that drop catch, because it's got to be a massive one. But, look, well done as well to Dreux. I know we're focusing there on the winners of Group A. They will come back in, well, what is it going to be? 4 weeks' time?
Yeah.
Or on March the 40th. There's the captain. Well done, sir, Chris Williams. And
great to deal with Chris Williams,
yeah.
honestly. He's been very accessible. He's led his team well. He's played in the right spirit. But I mean, Tunbridge Wells, they are thrilled because they know that they are coming back for the big dance in week 6. And rightly so, in a good ovation by everyone in the fan zone here. Luxembourg also appreciating them. Star CC got within 10 runs of them, as did Helsinki at one point in the competition. But when it came to the crunch, it was Tunbridge Wells who were able to do it when the pressure was on. They are the first team to qualify for championship week.
yeah, nice shot there of Yusuf there as well, and some of the Tigers. Here we go.
There we go. So we know we have our first qualifier, Tunbridge Wells from England. They are going through, and they will be joined by our Group B, C, D and E winners. So make sure that you join us, because we will be back. Group B, it's not too far away. We'll have 2 days off. We're going to rest. We're going to recover. Probably recover our voices as well, Rico.
I'm not talking for the weekend.
It is going to be a quiet weekend for me too. But look, what a great experience it's been. This is what's coming up Monday. Make sure you join us 8 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 1:30 p.m. in India. But ultimately here in Group A, it is Tunbridge Wells that rule the roost. And as we start winding things down, it might be a good chance to have a look at some of the highlights of the chase. And Dreux, well, you know, they didn't want to lose their hitters too early. And then before long, as the sheriff said, it's time to go. Well, there wasn't one. It was uno, dos, tres, as Dreux were falling hard and falling fast in the first over.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a nightmare of a start. But, well, here we go. That was 2 in 2. It was hat-trick time, and it should have been, but it wasn't to be. The catch got dropped, and there you see it there. It was unbelievable. And I guess it didn't hurt too much, thankfully, for Barker, because McLean does take the catch. He's had a good day out there. And this was disappointing, just to give you a wicket away like that as well. And that's a man that has been in good form. But there was still some fight. That man out there, he was fantastic. I think what a knock that was from Muhammad Nisar. He was supported well for a while by Abdul. Abdul was just keeping one end going, giving him the strike. It was an expensive over from Bailey Whiteman. Just couldn't get it right. And bowled a few wides, bowled a few short ones, and every time he didn't get it right, it was put away. And well, this was the day. Abdul just hit one nice boundary, and then went one for another one the very next ball. He got out, and then, well, once he went, nobody was able to stay there, and that was a big wicket. 48 he made. He got a really good ovation. And you said that one won't hurt him too much, but it will, because he's going to have to pay for that. That's another fine. Here's a drop catch for Alex Williams there off his own bowling. Sometimes you get fined more for that. And well, there was also a drop catch there from Christian Davis early on. It was a difficult one, but he made amends by taking the catch. This shot, well, this came out of nowhere, and it went a long, long way, as you would say, Vinny. Yeah. That's one in the jungle. That woke up the snakes that were trying to get an early night.
Yeah, it did, but I tell you what, they did it in the end. You can't take anything away from Tunbridge Wells. They didn't really know what to expect when they came to this ECL. I think they've been surprised by a few things. And the format, the atmosphere, the organisation of this, I think that they'll be thrilled to come back, and they would have been disappointed to leave it all behind. Well, we will see them back in week 6, as I said. And Marcus O'Riordan, rightly given the man of the match trophy. He really ripped the heart out of that top order in the first innings. And you see there the sun just setting on a week, actually, in the Costa del Sol. A week we'll remember. It's emotional for us as well. 2.5 years after the first ECL. We are back. And, well, it was Tunbridge Wells at the end of 24 matches. We ended up dropping down to 5. Showed me some. Butty, the captain, he batted well in the last couple of days, but couldn't do anything here in the Group A final. Beniso with 48 off 19. One of the batters of the week for me. In fact, I think for me, he probably was one of the really top 2 or 3 that we saw. 5 big 6s and 3 4s in his innings. Apart from that, Shazad Mohammed had a good day, but could only get to 13. In the end, we saw Mohammed Wahab Khan with a couple of consolation strikes with 11 not out. And Hakuk, nice moment for him as well, with 7 not out, including a boundary off his very last ball. His first boundary in ECL cricket. A nice moment for him with the ball.
A nice moment. I was saying it'd be nice for him to hit a boundary to get his team to the 100 mark, and it did. Well, we have a look at the bowling figures. Well, there's only talk about one man there, Marcus O'Riordan. We know he should have been the first man to have a hat-trick. Picked up 4 wickets for 17. Only the second player to do so. Also, congratulations to Hard Qureshi. He's the only other man to do so. But wickets, well, they're spread out there nice and evenly. Everybody bowled well. And I tell you what, I was very impressed with Alex Williams coming to bowl there as well. It just goes to show once more. I've said this all the way along. They've got depth in that squad. They can really, I mean, depending on match situation, they can call upon different people. For example, Bailey Whiteman, his first over wasn't good, so rather than calling back again, use somebody else, and that's the luxury of having a squad with all-rounders like that.
Yeah, he gets it through, Williams, doesn't he? So that was the tail of the tape in the end in the Group A final, match 24. It was Tunbridge Wells 128, Drew 101, and I certainly think that Tunbridge Wells, well, they will have 4 weeks now to look at the competition in Group B, C, D and E, and I think that they'll be watching pretty intently. I don't think they'll have much time to go back to work. I think they'll be sneaking on the screen during the day because look, they know a lot of this is about planning. I think they got a number done on them by Drew. They came back, they had their plans, they knew, okay, we're just going to have to comp it if one of their batters gets going, but they will give us chances. We're going to have to take them. I think they had better plans. Maybe the round the wicket plan worked pretty well from Ian McLean, I thought, today, but certainly we hope that all the other viewers that are tuning in this week to watch the English team, hopefully you stick with us over the next 4 weeks to see what the competition is going to look like in Championship week.
Yeah, absolutely, and spread the word. Look, it's been a fabulous week. It's been great to be with you again, buddy, and it's nice to have Corey with us as well.
Hello to Corey as well.
We are your good time crew, and I hope you've enjoyed our company. We certainly have enjoyed yours. Thank you to everybody, those that have been involved in the chat. We've had some lovely messages from everyone, the fan zone as well, but look, it is a team effort, and a shout out to everybody that's come together and put this show. It's a big one, isn't it? The Champions League of cricket for the world to see. We're absolutely loving it. I think the location, the venue is beautiful, and I think the sporting spirit, you touched on this earlier, from all the teams, from all the nations, it's absolutely fantastic. We are a big community of cricket, European cricket, coming together, the players, the federations, the spectators, and it's a marvellous destination. It's a marvellous vision. It's a dream come true for a lot of people, and I've been involved with European cricket a long time. You followed it for a long time, and a lot of other people here. To see this happening, and it just takes your breath away. It makes you feel very proud. So well done to everybody. That team effort. Stronger together is the motto, and we are stronger together. Excellent effort from everyone.
That's what we say in cricket is stronger for Europe and all the nations here. So coming together for this festival of cricket, and it was played in a great spirit. Well said. Well, in the meantime, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, and find out the fixtures and maybe some of the information about players that you'll see next week in Group B. And also, don't forget to follow us on social media at European Cricket on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, because I'm sure there's a few things that are still going viral while we've been at work today. But look, once again, it was a golden day, wasn't it? The first golden ticket going to Tunbridge Wells. We'll see them in week 6, but who will join them? We'll stay tuned to find out on Monday. We'll have 6 new nations represented as 6 champion clubs come for Group B. But for now, hope you have a happy and safe weekend. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. On behalf of Rico Ford and also Corey Ruckers and all of the European Cricket Network family, we hope you have a happy and safe weekend, and we'll see you on Monday for more Bet to Ball European Cricket League. But for now, let's have a look at some of the highlights of the day. And for us, hasta mañana.
Adiós. Volvemos el lunes.